Chapter 38:44. Even Lin Xian was stunned. To be honest, he had originally wanted to watch a great battle and analyze the battle strength of Lei Zhen and the other experts through the battle. But he did not expect her to want to see him. Who was this goddess? Why did she want to see him? Lin Xian was on his guard. He thought of many things. For example, when the demoness invited him to the Sky Demon Palace. He was happy, but he did not expect it to be a trap. This time, would it be another big trap? Shi Bufan and Ghostly, who were beside him, were also stunned. Senior brother Lin was too powerful. Yes, it was enviable. There are so many experts, top geniuses, and legendary physiques, but the goddess did not care. It was a great honor for her to want to see Senior brother Lin. Kid, your luck with women is here. Hurry up and take advantage of it. The Crimson Dragon was also winking at him. Lin Xian rolled his eyes at him helplessly, then walked out. As he walked out, everyone turned to look at him. Some of them exclaimed. It was the Demon King. He was really here. Some of them were confused. Who was this person? Was he Lin Wuti? Was he strong? Was he stronger than the Lightning Spirit Constitution and the First Prince and the others? Why did the goddess want to see him? Soon, they learned some things from the others, and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a fierce person. No wonder he was called the Demon King. It was him. He was here. The geniuses of Thunder God City, Thousand Demon City, Golden Crow Tribe, and Xingyue Tribe narrowed their eyes. They did not expect this fiend to be here. As for Lei Zhen, an extremely terrifying radiance exploded from his eyes as he stared fixedly at Lin Xian. The space around Lin Xian shattered in an instant, forming a huge black hole that was bobbing up and down. The surrounding people retreated frantically. It was too scary. These people had a grudge with Lin Xian, and they would definitely come to blows if they didn't get along. They had to quickly put some distance between them so that they wouldn't be affected. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body radiated a dazzling light, making him look like a peerless god of war. He froze a part of the world. His gaze was like a heavenly blade as it swept forth. He did not fear those people in the slightest. You're Lin Xian? Lei Zhen said coldly. Daring to kill a genius of my lightning god level, your guts are not small. The first prince let out a cold snort, and similarly, a piercing killing intent burst forth from his eyes. As for Jin Kongjiwe of the Golden Crow clan, he was even more powerful. He directly descended from the sky and arrived above Lin Xian. His cold voice sounded, "Brat, how dare you kill a member of the Golden Crow clan? Kneel down and accept your death." The dragon horse from the Demon City also stepped forward, emitting a powerful demonic aura. I want to see what means you have to dare to go against my 1,000 Demon City. Even Xie Feng from the Great Desolation Mansion cast his gaze over. His gaze was like two black, demonic blades slicing through the void. It's over. Lin Wuti is in danger. Yes, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't stop so many geniuses. Today, he would probably die here with a grudge. Who would have thought that he actually dared to come out? Discussions sounded one after another. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Indeed, Lin Xian had killed many geniuses before, but this time the ones who came were completely different from the previous ones. This time they were all top-notch geniuses. Whether it was bloodline talent or strength, they were not weaker than Lin Xian. Lin Xian could contend against one of them, but with 5 of them attacking together, could Lin Xian contend against them? Not to mention Lin Xian, perhaps no one in the world could contend against them. However, Lin Xian's performance was beyond everyone's expectations. He first looked at Lei Zhen and sneered. You dare to speak to me like this. Your guts are not small. You're courting death. Lei Zhen was furious. Since when did someone dare to speak to him like this? He wanted to be angry, but he realized that Lin Xian had already turned his head and ignored him. Lin Xian turned his gaze and looked at the first prince. Don't think that no one knows what you've done. Sometimes the heavens are watching what people do. Get out of my sight now. Otherwise, I don't care if you're the first prince or the second prince. I'll make you a soul under my blade. Humph. The first prince's face darkened completely. He was so angry that his body was trembling. Lin Xian turned his gaze again and looked up. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Do you know how many sages from your Golden Crow tribe have become my delicacies? Moreover, I realize that your Golden Crow tribe's meat is very delicious. So you're dead. You'll definitely become my lunch. Ah, Jean Kongjue was furious. Lin Xian actually wanted to eat him. Go to hell. He stomped his feet, and the terrifying Golden Crow feet rushed down together with the monstrous flames. In an instant, they enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly and struck out with his palm. His palm emitted a dazzling light. The laws combined with the divine fire met the attack head-on. The two collided and turned into a sea of fire, drowning the space. The terrifying waves swept out in all directions, causing everyone to continuously retreat. In the next moment, Lin Xian retracted his hand. Blood dripped from the sky. Who was injured? Everyone was shocked. Soon, they realized that the sole of Jean Kongjue's foot had cracked. Fresh blood was flowing down from above. Damn it! Jean Kongjue was trembling with anger. He did not attack again because the previous attack had shocked him. Lin Xian was able to injure him. It was too shocking. Lin Xian was just SOO. Lin Xian sneered and looked at the Longma again. Is he from the Thousand Demon City? Why? Did the nine-headed Qilin not come? Doesn't he have 9 heads? Does he want to be a 9-headed tortoise? Get him out here, quickly. The Longma was furious. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of our senior brother, 9-headed Qilin? I can kill you. Its hooves stomped in the sky, shattering the void for thousands of miles. At this moment, it was like a peerless beast. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian sneered. Tell your senior brother, 9-headed Qilin, to wash his neck and wait for me. I will chop off all 9 of his heads and boil them into a pot of soup. You are courting death. The Longma was furious. It opened its mouth and spat out a torrent. It was a purple demonic wind. It was abnormally terrifying. It was like a pillar of light that reached the sky and instantly rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not dodge at all. Instead, he rushed out with a huge golden hand and grabbed forward. He directly grabbed the purple demonic wind in his hand. Then he closed his 5 fingers, and the demonic wind was squeezed into a purple light ball. It spun in Xiao Chen's palm, unable to escape from Xiao Chen's palm. In the end, the demonic wind was extinguished in his hand. How dare you show off in front of me with such petty tricks? Lin Xian sneered. He did not care about these experts at all. This scene made the surrounding people feel like they were going crazy. Chapter 38:45. Damn, isn't this Lin Wuti too strong? Facing so many top experts, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he mocked and ridiculed them. Some of the newcomers' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Is this the great demon king that you all speak of? Why do I feel that he is so monstrous? Is there such a terrifying person in the world? To be honest, they all thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure. But now, it seemed that Lin Xian was still very strong. He was indeed as arrogant as the rumors said. But do you think that you can still survive today? Lei Jin walked out. The first prince, Long Ma, and Jean Kongjue all surrounded him. These 4 experts seemed to want to fight. Do you want to fight? Grandpa Long wants to eat roasted golden crow today. The crimson dragon rushed forward. Sherbufan, Gui Li, and the people of Wushuang City also came to Lin Xian's side. They looked as if they were facing a great enemy. To be honest, they were extremely nervous because this scene was even more terrifying than a month ago. Don't worry, you don't have to fight. Lin Xian waved his hand, telling his junior brothers to calm down. At the same time, he glanced around. What? You want to fight me? You're courting death. Didn't I teach you a lesson not long ago? Who wants to fight? Go ahead, but you have to think carefully about whether you can bear the consequences. Lin Xian said casually, but when it fell into the ears of the others, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. Everyone was terrified. They would never forget the scene of Lin Xian leading the heavenly demon army and killing everyone. In fact, quite a few little saints had fallen in that battle. Thinking of this, everyone was terrified. Sure enough, Lei Zhen, the first prince, and the others' faces darkened. The other party was threatening them. Kid, what's the point of using the force behind you? If you have the ability, use your own strength. You're not our opponent at all. Lei Zhen snorted coldly. The first prince also had a look of disdain. Is Lin Wudy like this? Is he as timid as a mouse? He doesn't even dare to fight with us. He only knows how to use the people behind him to threaten us. Lin Xian laughed. You guys have the face to talk about me? Don't you guys think that you're the top geniuses and don't put anyone in your eyes? Why do all four of you have to join hands to fight me? What right do despicable and shameless people like you have to talk about me? You're courting death. Jin Kongjue was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Long Ma's face was also gloomy. The first prince and Lei Zhen also looked unfriendly. She was indeed eloquent, but she was too reckless. At this moment, the pitch-black figure on the black-scaled boat in the distance coldly spoke. Lin Xian glanced at the other party. If you didn't speak, I would have forgotten about your existence. Are you the chief disciple of the great desolate mansion? Lin Xian looked into the distance. Evil Wind harumphed coldly. I don't need the chief disciple of my great desolate mansion to kill you. I can do it myself. A black storm rose from his body, easily tearing the void apart. You're not the head disciple, so why aren't you scramming? You're just a piece of trash. What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Everyone else went crazy. What the F***CK? This guy was too daring. Evil Wind is a top-notch expert. Everyone almost fainted from fright. Evil Wind's face turned completely cold. You're courting death. He waved his hand, and an endless storm swept out, tearing the sky apart. Boom! Lin Xian didn't move at all. Golden light burst out from his eyes as he slashed forward. Two large spatial rifts were formed, and the black storm was completely swallowed up. Lin Xian sneered. Whoever wants to fight, go ahead. I'll send you to hell in advance today. The light on his body was monstrous, making him look like a golden god of war. Everyone closed their eyes. Is a battle about to break out? The surrounding people frantically retreated. At the same time, they were extremely excited. However, to their disappointment, no one made a move. At this moment, not only Lei Zhen, Jin Kongjue, Long Ma, but also the others, their faces were gloomy. What was going on? Could it be that these geniuses were scared? Or were they scared? Why aren't they making a move? Lin Xian smiled as well. Wasn't he full of confidence and confidence just now? Why didn't anyone make a move? What a bunch of trash. Brat, continue to be arrogant. I'll let you jump around for 2 more days. When we enter planet Tianming, it'll be your death. Lei Zhen spoke. He returned to his cold arrogance, his hands behind his back as lightning surrounded his body. On the other side, the crown prince smiled. Killing you now is too easy. It won't be too late to kill you after we enter planet Tianming. That's right, Long Ma. Jin Kongjue also sneered. When planet Tianming opens, it'll be your death. To be honest, they also wanted to make a move now, but they had many concerns. First, Lin Wudy's performance was too strong. They might not be able to take him down in a short time. Moreover, even if they killed him, how would they deal with the demonic palace's army? They didn't want to provoke such trouble. Those demonic palaces, people were all crazy. Therefore, they decided to wait until they entered planet Tianming. Planet Tianming wasn't a place that anyone could enter. Moreover, the demonic palace's army wouldn't be able to enter at all. After they entered, they would kill the other party. They wouldn't have any worries at all. Thinking of this, the few of them sneered. At this moment, the maidservant in the distance spoke. Lin Gongzi, our saintess has been waiting for you for a long time. Are you coming or not? Forget it, I won't go. Lin Xian shook his head. This scene caused everyone to be stupefied. Even Lei Zhen and the others were shocked. Lin Wuti actually rejected them. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that they had done everything possible to see the saintess face. However, Lin Wuti actually rejected them. Damn it, this guy is pretending. Damn it, I really want to be struck by lightning. Lei Zhen clenched his teeth. Jean Kongjue and the others also rolled their eyes. Even the little maidservant was stunned. Then she puffed up her cheeks and said, "What are you doing?" She puffed up her cheeks and glared at Lin Xian. This guy is too despicable. He actually dared to reject their saintess. Lin Xian merely shrugged his shoulders in response to her angry gaze. Truth be told, he was also keeping an eye out for her. He didn't dare to casually provoke this mysterious force. However, at this moment, a beautiful voice came from the seven-colored spiritual vessel. "What's wrong, Lin Gongzi? Are you afraid? This isn't the Central Emperor that I know. Moreover, this person actually knows his title. This is an old friend." Suddenly, a beautiful figure appeared in his mind. Could it be her? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. This voice is so familiar. Since the saintess has invited me, I will respectfully accept. He walked forward with a bright smile on his face. This scene caused everyone to be stunned. Lei Zhan and the others were about to go crazy. Damn it, aren't you not going in? They originally thought that they had another chance. However, they didn't expect Lin Xian to change his mind again. This arrogant and cunning guy, I will kill him sooner or later. Jean Kongjue's eyes lit up with a fierce light. Long Ma and the others were also fuming with anger. The maidservant also glared at Lin Xian. However, she was ignored by Lin Xian. "Come in." The maidservant led the way and led Lin Xian into the spiritual vessel. Chapter 3846. The interior of the spirit boat was simple and unadorned. It was filled with the fragrance of a young girl. In front of him was a young girl with her back to him. She stood there with an ancient scroll in her hand. When she heard the voice behind her, she didn't turn around. "Shuang, you can leave first. I have something to discuss with Lin Gongzi." "Yes, holy maiden." The little maid left, but before she left, she warned Lin Xian not to go overboard. Otherwise, she would teach him a lesson. Lin Xian smiled. After Shuang, left, only Lin Xian and the mysterious girl were left. "Qingcheng, is that you?" Lin Xian's eyes were filled with excitement. The girl in front of him also turned around with a beautiful smile. "Brother Xian, it's been a long time. It's really you." Lin Xian's heart was filled with excitement. That's right. The beautiful girl in front of him was Morong Qingcheng. Lin Xian hadn't seen her for a long time since they parted in the true spirit world. He didn't even have any news about her. Later, he met Xinjing Qiu, but he still didn't have any news about Morong Qingcheng. He didn't expect to meet Morong Qingcheng again here. "Qingcheng, brother Xian." The two of them hugged each other tightly. After a long time, Morong Qingcheng raised her head again. Her beautiful face was filled with tears. Lin Xian wiped away his tears. "Silly girl, what are you crying for? Am I not coming?" Speaking up to hear, he raised his hand and formed a formation. Then he picked up Morong Qingcheng and walked inside. Inside the hibiscus tent, they spent the night together. After a round of lovemaking, the two of them talked about their past. "Brother Xian, you've suffered." Hearing about Lin Xian's legendary experience, Morong Qingcheng was very worried. "It's nothing. I'm already here." Lin Xian rubbed Morong Qingcheng's little face. At the same time, he was also surprised. Morong Qingcheng was now a prodigy of a holy city. Furthermore, he had gained the attention of the Sage King and had been taken in as a personal disciple. It could be said that his status was extraordinary. This time he had also come to participate in the Heavenly Fate Planet competition. Outside, everyone was waiting anxiously. They wanted to know if there would be a second lucky person after Lin Xian came out. However, after waiting for an entire day, they realized that Lin Xian still hadn't appeared. At night, these people stood by the lake, their hearts sinking into the lake. Damn it, a single man and a single woman, and it had already been a day. What could the two of them do in the same room? They simply could not imagine it. Even the maidservant looked on in shock, and couldn't hold back any longer. Worried that her holy daughter might be in danger, she transmitted a message to Meng Hao. Lin Wudi was rumored to be a demon king. Shuang, or don't worry. Come in, Murong Qingqing replied from inside. After Shuang heard this, she hurried in. In the next moment, she was stunned. Damn it! How dare he be disrespectful to the holy daughter? She realized that Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were very close. Lin Xian was even holding Murong Qingqing in his arms. Ah, damn it, I'll fight you. Shuang pulled out a long sword that emitted a biting cold light. However, Murong Qingqing said in a delicate voice, Shuang, don't be impulsive. This Lin Gongzi is the person I told you about. Hearing this, Shuang threw her long sword on the ground with a clang. Her face was full of surprise. She had always been by Murong Qingqing's side. Naturally, she knew about Murong Qingqing's past. She knew that Murong Qingqing had a sweetheart. She just didn't expect that it would be this demon king. Brother Xian, I want to accompany you for a while. Why don't you stay here and wait for the destined star to open together? Murong Qingqing said coquettishly as she held Lin Xian's arm. Shuang was almost scared silly. To be honest, in her eyes, Murong Qingqing had always been a cold queen with unparalleled talent. She was a cold fairy, but now Murong Qingqing was showing a charm that she had never seen before. If those peerless geniuses outside saw Murong Qingqing like this, they would probably go crazy with jealousy. Not only Lei Zhen and the others outside, but some of the top geniuses of the Kunlun Pavilion would probably vomit blood in anger. That's right, they were from the Kunlun Pavilion. Murong Qingqing was the holy daughter of the Kunlun Pavilion. The Kunlun Pavilion was also a holy city. Outside are a few of my junior brothers and Ruzelong. I'll send them a voice transmission and tell them not to wait for me. Lin Xian sent a voice transmission to the people outside. The Crimson Dragon, Sherbufan, and the others were stunned when they heard it. The Crimson Dragon said, Brat, are you being held hostage? He was very worried. After all, the demonic palace had done such things before. Lin Xian smiled and said, You're thinking too much. Do you know who I'm with? It's Qingqing. Don't worry, we'll meet again on planet Tianming. The Crimson Dragon was also surprised when he heard it. Murong Qingqing? Forget it. I'll let this brat have some fun for 2 days. The Crimson Dragon waved his dragon claws and said, Go, go. Don't worry about this brat, he won't die. The people of Peerless City were stunned. At this moment, the 7-colored spirit boat turned into a stream of light and left the Crescent Lake, disappearing into the sky. Damn, this demon king couldn't have been captured again, right? It's possible he better not come back. Some people were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Only the Crimson Dragon knew that this brat had gone to have some fun. Very soon the news spread. The mysterious woman from the domain met Lin Wudi, and the two of them left hand in hand. This Lin Wudi was too charming. He actually overshadowed Lei Zhen, Jin Kongjue, and the Crown Prince. Sounds of discussion rang out one after another. They were too shocked. Of course, there were also people who sneered. He was captured last time. I don't think he'll be able to come back this time. The people of Peerless City were also worried. However, and Hong rushed back in time to explain the situation, and the people of Peerless City heaved a sigh of relief. What happened outside had nothing to do with Lin Xian anymore. These days, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were together. There was no need to mention how good the days were. And today, planet Tianming was finally going to open. In the center of the 4 moons, a mysterious star was unsealed, and it emitted endless light. At this moment, the elites on the moons were also excited. They were finally going to enter planet Tianming to find their destiny. After entering, I'll kill Lin Wudi first. Lei Jin said boldly. On the other side, 9-headed Qilin also arrived. He was a handsome man. His original body had 9 heads, but after transforming into his human form, he had a handsome appearance. However, no one dared to look down on him. Everyone knew that 9 heads meant that he had 9 lives. He was practically immortal. When he arrived, he also said that he would cut Lin Xian into pieces. At the same time, the chief disciple of the great desolate mansion also arrived, along with some of the top elites of the sacred city. At this moment, they all rose into the sky and entered planet Tianming. We're going. Peerless City, Stillwater Sky City, and the others rose into the sky and flew toward planet Tianming. The North Yao and the Crimson Dragon moved alone because there was an old monster beside them, Heishan. Heishan had already left when Lin Xian met Murong Qingqing. The Crimson Dragon looked at Heishan and smiled. You were a great sage before, so you must have been to planet Tianming before. I can't go wrong following you. Tell me, where are the treasures on planet Tianming? Chapter 3847. Heishan had an unfathomable look on his face. He had recovered a little during this period of time and had turned into an old man in a black robe. He looked very mysterious. He said, Tianming, I can't tell you. Disciple, after we go in, you have to follow me closely. Hearing that, the North Demon nodded. The Crimson Dragon vomited blood. Damn, you old thing, you can't go too far. Heishan smiled. The North Demon is my disciple, so I will naturally bring him along. Why don't you be my disciple too? You want to be Ben Huang's master and take advantage of me? No way. The Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth in anger. All right, it's about time. Let's go. Heishan waved his hand, and the 3 of them also rose into the air. At this moment, everyone moved. On a spirit boat, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing stood there holding hands. They looked ahead. Tianming planet had opened. It was time to go in. Murong Qingqing turned her head and looked at the little maid. Shuang'er, wait outside. Holy maiden, you must be careful. Shuang'er didn't go in. She steered the spirit boat and waited outside. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing turned into a ray of light and flew toward the mysterious planet in front of them. In the next moment, they entered the planet and were enveloped by a mysterious power. This was a strange world. Sunlight shone down from above like a waterfall, and streams of light circled around the surroundings. In the distance, savage beasts roared. The mountain range stretched into the clouds. The grass and trees were fresh and blooming with spiritual light. Lin Xian felt that the aura of the great Tao here was very strong. It was much more lively than the outside world. This must be Tianming planet. It was a very magical world. He looked around and frowned slightly. Besides the miraculous nature of this world, what surprised him was that Murong Qingqing, who was right next to him, had already disappeared. It seemed that they were teleported randomly. However, he wasn't worried. With Qingqing's strength, there would be no problem. Moreover, they would meet on Tianming planet sooner or later. It was better to figure out what was so magical about Tianming planet first. In another place, a waterfall of stars hung in the sky. A beautiful woman appeared. She was none other than Murong Qingqing. She looked around and frowned. Brother Xian wasn't by her side? Random teleportation? The Northern Goblin, the Crimson Dragon, and the others were also separated. Black Mountain entered as well. Looking at the scenery around him, a look of vicissitudes appeared in his eyes. He was finally here again. What a nostalgic memory. He rose up into the air and flew off into the distance. Before long, he set up a spell formation in a mountain range and waited there. Everyone was randomly teleported to different corners of the world. They were all amazed at the strange scene around them. Roar! Between heaven and earth, a series of exclamations rang out. The mountains and rivers shook, and the blood of many sages churned. The sky prides were also shocked. Was there such a terrifying existence in this world? What was that? Someone exclaimed. In the distant horizon, there was a blurry figure. It was incomparably blood-red, and as it walked, it crushed mountains and rivers. Even from millions of miles away, the aura it emitted was still enough to make one's hair stand on end. The celestial fate planet was truly dangerous. No wonder not just anyone could enter. Everyone was on high alert. They had to be more careful. Outside the celestial fate planet, some powerful elders and small saints were also waiting silently. It had finally opened. They wondered who would be able to obtain the heaven-defying heavens this time. Only those below the small saint realm could enter the celestial fate planet. Of course, if you suppressed your cultivation, you could also enter. However, under normal circumstances, these elders would not enter. After all, they had been to the celestial fate planet and obtained the heaven's will when they were young. Moreover, they knew that it was incomparably dangerous. There was a mysterious existence there. Normally, they would not dare to set foot in this place. Why is there someone else? Suddenly, someone turned his head and looked into the distance with a surprised expression. Most of the people had already entered. Is there someone else coming from afar? Who is this person? They all turned their heads to look, only to see a green light streaking across the void between heaven and earth, instantly arriving nearby. Is she finally here? That was really close. The starlight streaked across the sky and formed a beautiful figure. She exhaled and entered the celestial fate planet. If I'm not mistaken, this girl should be the holy maiden of the spiritual clan. An elder of the New Moon clan frowned. The person next to him nodded. Yes, it was her, Shinjingqiu. She was also a disciple of Peerless City. But why did she come so late? She almost didn't enter. I don't know. Perhaps she was delayed by something. Although she's also a pearl like our princess, I don't think she'll be able to keep up with our princess this time. After about a day, the celestial fate planet was finally sealed again. During this period of time, no one could enter and no one could come out. At the same time, the geniuses inside the celestial fate planet felt a change in the great Tao. They felt their laws automatically emerge and revolve around them. At the same time, they clearly noticed that there were some changes happening around them. Hazy flowers bloomed one after another, emitting the aura of the great Tao. Tao flowers. A voice suddenly sounded in everyone's minds. Flowers of the great path appeared around Lin Xian as well. There were 4 of them, but the 4th one was not as bright as the first 3. Could it be that it had something to do with cultivation? Lin Xian was a mid-4th layer cultivator, which was why he could condense 4 Tao flowers. As the chief disciple of the sacred city, the city would give him some information before he came. He also had some information about the celestial fate planet. After entering, the Tao flowers would be formed according to the laws of one's cultivation. The Tao flowers weren't just a symbol of strength, but also a kind of resource. One could take others' Tao flowers to strengthen oneself. The more Tao flowers one had, the deeper one's understanding of the laws. It could even directly improve one's comprehension of the laws. Moreover, the celestial fate planet had something very special, the Bronze Gate. No one knew who had created the gate, but it was very mysterious. Opening the gate would lead one to a very strange place. Inside, one could use Tao flowers to exchange for precious natural treasures or secret manuals. The items inside the gate were incomparably precious. Some were even extinct in the outside world. Outside the celestial fate planet, they might not be found anywhere else. That was why countless people coveted the gate. Therefore, in the early stages, one had to seize Tao flowers to strengthen oneself. In the later stages, One had to fight for the 3 lives destiny stone. Only by stepping on the 3 lives destiny stone would one be able to see their own destiny. Therefore, whether it was the early or the later stages, it was incomparably tragic. Lin Xian took a deep breath. This information went through his mind, and his eyes burst with a piercing light. Chapter 3848. There were 2 options for hunting others for their Dao flowers. First, they could kill their opponent and take their Dao flowers by force. Second, they could admit defeat and offer up their Dao flowers of their own accord. This was an act of self-preservation. Even though only geniuses and experts were allowed to enter the second astral world, there were so many of them and countless living beings. Therefore, the number of people entering this time would be unimaginable. Therefore, as long as one was strong enough, they could definitely obtain enough Dao flowers. In a mountain range surrounded by spirit springs, ancient trees towered into the sky. One of the ancient trees wasn't very tall, only half a meter tall. However, its shape was very strange. It looked like a ferocious tiger lying there. This time, it was a miraculous spirit herb called the true tiger herb. It seemed to be 10,000 years old. It was definitely an ancient herb. At this moment, 3 figures descended. When they saw the true tiger herb, their eyes blazed with fervent light. "Great! I didn't expect our luck to be so good. How about we split it evenly?" The 3 of them weren't from the same sect, but they were very close. After some discussion, they decided to split the precious true tiger herb equally. The 3 of them strode forward. They didn't let their guard down, because there was bound to be danger around such a spirit herb. It was either guarded by monster beasts or broken formations. As expected, when they approached, the true tiger herb suddenly swayed. Countless rays of light danced in the air. These were the laws of the great Tao. They intertwined to form the phantom of a ferocious tiger. Spiritual qi from all directions condensed into the phantom. Soon, they formed into a huge monster. It seemed that the true tiger herb had gained sentience. One of them cried out in surprise. Indeed, it wasn't just animals that could cultivate sentience. Even plants could cultivate sentience. The true tiger herb was clearly a powerful creature. He naturally wouldn't allow it to threaten him. What's there to contend with? It's just a herb. One of them walked out with a disdainful expression. He was a mid-5th level expert. The other 2 were the same. 5 Dao flowers circled around them, making for an abnormally hazy sight. Join forces. The 3 of them attacked together, clashing with the tiger phantom. The battle shook the heavens and the earth. The 3 of them were all extremely terrifying geniuses. So, when the 3 of them joined forces, they easily killed the tiger phantom. Then, the 3 of them grinned hideously and walked towards the ancient tree. The true tiger ancient medicine uprooted the tree and turned into a gust of demonic wind, trying to escape. "Do you want to leave? Follow us obediently. Being able to be consumed by us is a great honor for you." One of them lashed out with a long whip, which turned into a boundless python, cutting off a part of the world. The other 2 also stopped him. The 3 of them sealed off the space. It was impossible for the ancient tree to escape. At this moment, a voice came from afar. Was it the true tiger ancient medicine? It was really an unexpected discovery. Who was it? The 3 experts abruptly turned their heads. One of them emitted a biting, cold-killing intent. "Who was it? Get lost. How dare you meddle in our affairs? Is this treasure something you can even dream of having?" The other 2 also sneered. That figure descended from the sky. "How dare these 3 ants act so arrogantly in front of me?" The 3/5 celestial layer experts were stunned. Did someone just call them ants? They were all mid-5th heavenly layer experts. How powerful were they? Could it be that there was a late 5th heavenly layer expert? They looked up one after another, and soon they were all stunned. This was because the 5 Tao flowers in the sky were all mid-5th stratum cultivators, just like them. How could someone like That be qualified to call them ants. However, when they saw the other party, they were terrified. "You're Wang Shao." The three of them trembled, and their eyes were filled with deep shock. Fender God City's Wang Shao, a core disciple. He was very powerful and could definitely be ranked in the top 5 among the core disciples. Such a person was not someone they could resist. "So, it's Brother Wang." The three of them revealed ugly smiles. "Since Brother Wang has taken a fancy to Wang Shao, then the three of us will gift him to you. Farewell." With that, the three of them turned around and wanted to leave. In the sky, a man descended. His face was a little pale, and his eyes were filled with infinite coldness. "Just the three of you ants are worthy of being called brothers with me? Do you think I need you to give me what I want?" He pulled out an ancient saber and slashed forward. "Damn it, don't go too far." "That's right, although you're powerful. The three of us aren't necessarily afraid of you." The three of them roared crazily. They attacked together. "So what if you're a top genius? We're all in the same realm. Can't the three of us defeat you?" Even if they couldn't defeat you, they could leave calmly. However, the three of them despaired. A saber light flashed, and the three of them were split in half and fell to the ground. Their faces were filled with shock. Before they died, they didn't believe that the other party could kill the three of them with a single slash. They were indeed trash. Wang Shao put away his saber and reached out with his hand. On the hand of lightning, there were 5 seals. He directly sealed the true tiger ancient medicine, and then grabbed it into his storage ring. The next moment, he looked up into the distance. It was time to meet up with senior brother Lei Zhen. He turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. In another mountain range, a mighty man stepped on a lightning dragon with his hands behind his back. He didn't need to make a move at all. The lightning dragon roared in all directions and directly blasted 4th firmament experts into pieces. There were still 2 survivors. They knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. "Spare our lives. Young Master Lei, we're willing to be your slaves. Please." These 2 people were also powerhouses outside and could sweep through a region. However, in front of Lei Zhen, they were as weak as ants. They had no ability to resist at all. Lei Zhen glanced at the 2 of them. With their strength, they weren't worthy of being his slaves. In a flash, 2 lightning sabers appeared and killed the 2 of them. What trash! The Dao flowers beside him changed again. There were now 50 of them. In other words, Lei Zhen had killed many experts not long after entering. Only 50 flowers were too few. Lei Zhen looked into the distance and frowned slightly. According to their intelligence, obtaining 3,000 Dao flowers could condense a heavenly Dao golden lotus. Once the heavenly Dao golden lotus was condensed, it would form a mysterious connection with the laws of this world, thereby strengthening one's own laws. The cultivation speed would be so fast that it was unbelievable. However, it wasn't easy to condense a Dao golden lotus because it was impossible to just kill and not exchange. The treasures behind the bronze door were coveted. Therefore, some experts would exchange for Dao flowers after gathering enough of them. Therefore, it was very difficult to form a heavenly Dao golden lotus. However, Lei Zhen was confident that he could do it. Not only did he want to condense one, but he wanted to condense many. Chapter 3849. Fu Hongye of Wushuang City, a dazzling genius, was said to have condensed 6 heavenly Dao golden lotuses. As he walked, golden lotuses bloomed in the sky, accompanied by the laws of heaven and earth. It was extremely powerful. Huang Shi-san of the great desolate mansion had also successfully condensed 5 heavenly Dao golden lotuses. These were the remaining ones. After these, people exchanged for the treasures and cultivation techniques they wanted. One could only imagine how powerful those people were back then. As for Lei Zhen, he didn't think that he would lose to Fu Hongye, Huang Shi-san, and the others. Therefore, his goal was to condense at least 6 heavenly Dao golden lotuses. If possible, he would try for the 7th heavenly Dao golden lotus. He had to surpass Fu Hongye. Retracting his thoughts, Lei Jin knew that he still had a long way to go. He had to hurry and find more people to hunt. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed in the distance and came close to him. Someone was coming. Lei Zhen's eyes lit up and soon he smiled. "Greetings, senior brother Lei Zhen." Endless lightning transformed into a man, who knelt on one knee in the void with great respect. He was Wang Shao, who had displayed his skills previously. Wang Shao was powerful and could kill 3 experts of the same level with a single slash. But now, he was extremely respectful to Lei Zhen. One could imagine how heaven-defying Lei Zhen's strength was. "Since you're here, I have a mission for you. Please tell me, senior brother, gather the people of Thunder God City. You will lead a group to find Lin Wuti. Once you find him, send me his location. I want to cut off his head, personally." "Senior brother, he's just an ant. Do you need to kill him personally? I can kill him." Wang Shao raised his head, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Endless lightning saber phantoms surged around his body. "I said that I want to kill him personally, and I will do it." "Yes, I know." Wang Shao stood up and took out a lightning stone. There were strange runes on it, and under his control, it bloomed with endless lightning. It was like a lightning sun floating in the sky. This was a signal to gather the cultivators of Thunder God City. Everyone within 50 million miles could see it, and even those further away could see it. Those people would rush over here. As for exposing their location, they were not worried at all. With Lei Zhen here, anyone who dared to come here to kill them would be sent to hell. Lin Xian also began to move. His heavenly fortune divine eyes shone brightly and covered the entire area. He rushed forward. 3 million miles away he landed. There was a team of 3 in front of him. They were hunting a demonic beast. From the looks of it, he was trying to steal the blood of the other party. When they saw someone descend, they were furious. Who dared to snatch something from them? Then they were terrified. "Great Demon King, please spare our lives. Great Demon King, we're not peak geniuses. We're not worthy for you to attack us." The 3 of them were so scared that they were about to cry. Damn it, why did he meet Lin Wuti here? Lin Xian frowned slightly. 3 people at the early stage of the 5th firmament were considered prodigies outside, and could even be considered core disciples. However, in this place it was somewhat lacking. "I won't kill you, but hand over your Dao flowers." The 3 nodded profusely and hurriedly handed over the Dao flower, thanking the great Demon King for sparing their lives. Indeed, this was the law of the jungle. The strong preyed on the weak. There is no difference between the strong killing the weak and squashing an ant. For a powerhouse like Lin Xian to only take the Dao flowers was already very kind. The 3 of them knew that, so they were deeply grateful and quickly left. Lin Xian collected 15 Dao flowers and felt the changes in his body. There was some effect, but it was too weak. It seemed that he needed more Dao flowers. It would be best if he could form a heavenly Dao golden lotus. Moreover, Lin Xian was even more curious about what was behind the bronze door. With a flicker, Lin Xian disappeared into the sky again. A sea of fire filled the air. There were 100,000 mountains of fire here, each of them abnormally terrifying. Molten lava rolled down from the sky. It was a sea of fire, and there were countless fire attribute warriors in the surroundings. Yang Hao was also here. He was ranked in the top 10 among the core disciples of Wushuang City. His previous cultivation had also allowed him to break through to the early 5th heavenly layer. Moreover, he was a melee fighter and needed that kind of yang power, such as the fire of the sun or the flames of the 100,000 mountains of fire, to further improve his bloodline and physique. Therefore, he was ecstatic when he came here. There were many people around who had the same idea as him, about a few thousand people. Among them, the strongest were at the middle 5th heavenly layer, the weakest were at the late 4th heavenly layer, and most of them were at the early 5th heavenly layer. These people scattered in different areas began to bathe in the flames and even refine the fire crystals. Suddenly, countless figures descended from the sky like demons from the 100,000 mountains. Damn it, who were these people? There were so many of them. There were too many, as if there were 100,000 heavenly soldiers. The saints below all looked up. Yang Hao was also shocked, revealing a look of shock. No, this was not a person. It was formed by flames. Who were they? What a powerful divine ability. The 100,000 fire demons directly sealed the flame mountain. Several figures descended from the sky. There were not many of them, a total of 13 people, but the law of fire on their bodies was very terrifying. There were 2 people in the lead, a man and a woman. The man carried a fiery red long sword on his back and was incomparably handsome. The woman was wearing a flame-long dress, and there were 2 fire snakes coiled around her hands. The flames she spat out easily pierced through the void. It was the flying fire python clan. Someone exclaimed. After the others heard it, their faces became incomparably ugly. Even Yang Hao frowned. Although the flying fire python was not from the holy city, it was still a very powerful clan under the holy city. Moreover, the 13 flying fire python experts above were very strong. Half of them were actually at the middle 5th heavenly layer. In particular, the 2 at the front were even more shocking. The 2 of them were very famous. The man with the fiery red long sword on his back was called Qi Lin, and the woman with the fire snakes on her hands was called Shi Wu. Both of them were famous top geniuses. At this moment, the 2 of them appeared together, which really made everyone feel frightened. However, there were also some experts below. They frowned and asked, I wonder what the flying fire python clan means by sealing this place. This was an ownerless land. Anyone could come here. Don't go too far. A few people stood out. The aura on their bodies was also incomparably powerful. The people in the sky laughed. Among them, she walked out. She revealed a smile. Of course, we flying fire pythons will not be so domineering. We naturally want to share this place with everyone. When these words came out, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Great, since that was the case, they would not be polite. A few people wanted to take action. The other thousands of people also prepared to cultivate again. However, at this moment, the man with the long sword on his back, Qi Lin, walked out. We have taken a liking to this place. We allow you to be here. Shouldn't you also express your gratitude? What do you want? Someone asked. Qi Lin said, We don't want your treasures. We only want you to help us with one thing. Chapter 3850. Among the 100,000 flaming mountains, there was a nearly 20,000-year-old flaming lotus. What? A nearly 20,000-year-old flaming lotus. Hearing that, many people's eyes lit up. That was a peerless treasure. After eating it, they might be able to immediately advance by a realm. However, more people were puzzled. Why would the other party be so kind? Yang Hao also frowned. Sure enough, Qi Lin said, however, it's very dangerous to get the flaming lotus. We need everyone to work together. Who wants to go and scout the way? Many people's expressions changed. Damn it, were they treating them like lab rats? The 100,000 flaming mountains seemed to have existed for tens of thousands of years. They looked very dangerous. They were only active in the outer regions. Who knew what was in the depths? Perhaps just the terrifying flames alone could burn them to ashes. We don't want the flaming lotus. You can go by yourselves. These people said coldly. Humph! The flying fire python clan sneered. That's not up to you. Now, everyone listen to our orders and obediently scout the way for us. Otherwise, you'll die a terrible death. Finally, they bared their fangs. Damn it! The people below were furious. Flying fire pythons were powerful, but there were only 13 of them. Could they fight against thousands of people? Everyone unite. It was obvious that there was a leader. It was a tall man with monstrous flames on his body. His body seemed to be made of stone, and there were even many cracks. Those were not cracks, but a kind of physique. Within the crack, the law of fire was emitting an even more scarlet color. That person was called Giant Lava. There were two other people. One was a relatively young man with a ring of flames under his feet. He was extraordinarily mighty. The other was a middle-aged woman wearing a flaming robe. Her aura was also terrifying. The three of them were very powerful. They were like dazzling stars among thousands of people. At this moment, the three of them stood out. The thousands of people around them nodded. Yes, that's right. They would definitely not scout the way for them. Courting death. A group of ants dares to resist us? The flying fire python clan sneered. You three are the leaders, right? Then we'll kill you three first. Let's see who dares to resist. Snake Dance and Chi Lin did not make a move. They just watched coldly. Behind them, a flying python charged out. He turned into a withered man, holding a double-edged sword in his hand, which was surrounded by flames. Die for me. He charged downwards at an extremely fast speed, tearing apart the void in an instant. Humph! Ju Mo snorted coldly. The flames on his body surged into the sky, and the fire law within those cracks became even more terrifying. He punched forward like a meteor, creating a sea of fire that was tens of thousands of meters long. Boom! Boom! Kill! The man who came down was very extraordinary. The sharp blade in his hand cut through the flames and rushed to the side of the giant lava. After exchanging over 1,000 blows, Gorong forced his opponent back. The shriveled man's vital energy and blood roiled. His body cracked open, and he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. A wisp of shock appeared in his eyes. Several thousand people cried out in alarm. This was great. What flying flame python race? They were nothing more than this. That's right. What's there to be arrogant about? Yang Hao also heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that he didn't need to do anything. Damn it. The shriveled man roared angrily. Flames erupted from his body, and countless scales appeared on his body, as well as a giant python tail. It looked like he was about to fight with his life on the line. However, at this moment, Chi Lin spoke. You can leave. Yes. That man's body trembled, and he hurriedly retreated. Chi Lin walked out and looked down. You dare to hurt my flying flame python race? You're courting death. With a clang, the flame sword on his back flew out and was held in his hand. He slashed down with the sword. Below, the man with the magma-like physique also roared crazily. He naturally knew how powerful the other party was. Therefore, he didn't hold back at all and went all out. His body was filled with the aura of fire. There was a feeling of splitting heaven and earth. His fists danced as if he wanted to break through the sky. Boom! Boom! It was a huge collision that seemed like the end of the world. The surrounding people were incomparably nervous. Suddenly, they were so frightened that they almost knelt on the ground. It turned out that Ju Rong had fallen to the ground and was split into two by a sword. Even his soul was destroyed. He was dead, killed with a sword. The members of the Flying Python clan were actually so powerful, an ant that couldn't even withstand a single blow. Chi Lin put away his treasure, sword with a cold smile on his face. The other few thousand people collapsed. Damn it, let me do it. The man who was stepping on the flame rushed up. A flame spear appeared in his hand, and he charged forward. I'll play with you. She walked out. The two fire snakes in her hands suddenly enlarged and turned into two divine whips that danced nonstop. After 3 moves, the other party was defeated. How could he be so strong? On their side, another expert was injured. Although he didn't die, he was seriously injured and almost died. The surrounding people were about to despair. The third middle-aged woman made a move, but she was also defeated. Everyone went crazy. Even the 3 great experts were no match for the other party. Damn it, let's join forces. We have so many people. I don't believe that we can't defeat these people. They roared crazily as their strength erupted. Yang Hao was the same. His eyes erupted with a piercing cold light. He didn't make a move earlier, but that didn't mean that his strength was weak. He had to make a move now. At least he had to kill his way out. Thousands of saints made a move. Even the flying flame python race was moved. "Young master, please make a move," Chi Lin said respectfully. In the void, an explosion sounded. Then golden flames erupted for 9 days, forming a huge golden crow phantom that blotted out the sky. It spread its wings and endless flame feathers fell, sending thousands of people flying. For a moment, all kinds of screams sounded. The thousands of saints wailed. Who was it? It was too strong. It defeated so many of them in an instant. They looked up with difficulty, and in the next moment, their scalps went numb. What a terrifying phantom! It was a powerhouse of the golden crow race. Do you know how powerful it is? If you don't want to die, you should obediently explore the way. Chi Lin sneered. In front of him, the golden crow had transformed into a man. He was extremely young. There was a piercing cold light in his eyes. "Greetings, young master." The people of the flying flame python race hurriedly bowed. Although the other party was very young, his background was terrifying. They had to curry favor with him, because behind him stood an earth-shattering genius. Next, thousands of people became captives and were forced to enter the 100,000 flaming mountains. Yang Hao also wanted to make a move, but he was also injured. The golden crow powerhouse in the sky was too strong. He was no match for him at all. Therefore, he could only look for an opportunity. The depths of the 100,000 flaming mountains were indeed extremely dangerous. The thousands of people were forced to try one by one to find a safe path. Among them, some people took a wrong step and were burned to ashes. Some people had half of their bodies destroyed and escaped with serious injuries. In the end, they were killed by a sword strike. Whoever dared to escape would die. Chapter 38:51. Damn it! Damn it! Those who were still alive roared crazily. Their hearts were filled with unwillingness. "Please spare us." Some people began to beg for mercy, but it was useless. These people were ruthless. Finally, these people were about to lose all hope. Yang Hao's eyes were also filled with killing intent. When it was finally his turn, his strength erupted and shot up into the sky. He wanted to leave. "You want to leave?" Shi Wu sneered and swept out the flame divine whip in her hand. Yang Hao roared like a small sun and blasted away the flame divine whip. He wanted to leave. There was actually a hidden expert. Shi Wu was too surprised. Previously, the 3 experts who resisted were defeated or killed by them. She did not expect there to be a hidden expert. The other party could actually break free from her flame divine whip. Great, a good opportunity. Yang Hao's eyes were filled with excitement. He knew that his unexpected burst of strength had finally torn apart the other party's defense line. Next, he would leave this place. "And are you trying to escape?" A golden crow claw slammed down from the sky and hit Yang Hao's body. Yang Hao's body shattered and fell to the ground, screaming miserably. Blood dyed the ground red. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. They originally thought that if someone escaped, they might be able to call for help. But now their hopes had been dashed. This golden crow race expert was really too strong. "How dare you escape in front of me?" The golden crow sneered. Chi Lin and Shi Wu also walked up. They were extremely angry. Someone dared to almost successfully escape from under their noses. This made them feel ashamed. Chi Lin pulled out his sword and slashed a few times. Yang Hao's body that had just healed split open again. Shi Wu sneered. The flame divine whip in her hand danced and lashed at Yang Hao. Yang Hao felt that he was about to die. "Damn it, how dare you touch me? My senior brother will definitely not let you off. How dare you threaten us?" The members of the flying fire python clan laughed when they heard this. "Then tell us, who is your senior brother?" Their eyes were filled with disdain. How powerful could an ant's senior brother be? He was just a slightly bigger ant. They could easily crush him to death with their hands. "Humph, my senior brother is Lin Wudi. You'd better let us go. Otherwise, if you continue to torture us, you'll be dead," Yang Hao said through gritted teeth. "What? Lin Wuti. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding people were stunned. Hope appeared in the eyes of the thousands of captured saints. This person was actually from Peerless City. That was great. They might have a chance to live. The people of the Flying Fire Python clan were stunned. Soon they frowned. It was Lin Wuti. Truth be told, when they heard that name, they were all shocked. That was because that person was truly too powerful. The expert from the Golden Crow race coldly snorted when he heard that. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Who did you say it was? Your senior brother is Lin Wuti? He walked over with a murderous aura around him. Yang Hao didn't say anything else. He just stared at the other party with a pair of angry eyes. Beside him, Snake Dance said, Young master, you didn't hear wrong. It's Lin Wuti. He was Lin Wuti's junior brother, a member of Peerless City. There was a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. There was no door to hell, but you barged in. Lin Wuti dared to kill the people of the Golden Crow race. We'll kill him sooner or later. As for you, I'll torture you to death. And all of you, you'll be buried with him. The young man from the Golden Crow race had a cruel look in his eyes. Oh no, the people around felt their scalps go numb. Why? We didn't provoke you. That's right. We have nothing to do with Lin Wuti. Who cares if you have anything to do with us? The young man from the Golden Crow race attacked and instantly smashed the bodies of the two people. Their internal organs flowed all over the ground. He sneered, Do I need a reason to kill you? Yang Hao was also burned by a ball of flame. He let out a miserable cry. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll torture you for a few hundred years and let you know the consequences of living a life worse than death. Not only you, but anyone who has anything to do with Lin Wuti, I'll tear them to pieces. He let out a sinister laugh. Outside the 100,000 Flames mountain, a few figures quickly flew out with shields. Some of them sensed a huge energy fluctuation in front of them and instantly left. Some people also stopped. There were so many Flames mountains that were sealed by an array formation. It seemed that there were treasures ahead. The figure was none other than Lin Xian. He had rushed all the way and arrived near the 100,000 Flames mountains. When he saw the array formation, he activated his heavenly secret divine eye and looked inside. In the next moment, he was stunned. Then, anger burned in his eyes and the divine fire on his body jumped. With a roar, he rushed over. There were some people near the Flames mountains. They also felt that there might be treasures in the array formation. They were about to discuss whether they could break the array formation or sneak in quietly. But suddenly the heavens shook and the earth shook. The 100,000 Flames mountains seemed to erupt at the same time. What happened? These people raised their heads, panic written all over their faces. In the next moment, they screamed, because they realized that the array formation that they thought was difficult to break was actually broken. Like a shooting star, a human figure rushed inside at high speed. How strong was that person to break such a terrifying array formation with one punch? The surrounding people were all stunned. Let's go and take a look. They followed him stealthily. Inside the 100,000 Flames mountains, the flying fire pythons began to torture those people. Yang Hao was even burned by the flames. However, at that moment, their bodies swayed and they almost fell to the ground. What's going on? What happened? Qi Lin roared crazily. Oh no! The surrounding array formation is broken. Go and see who dares to attack our array formation. Do they want to die? Kill them and bring their corpses back. Snake Dance gave the order. 2 experts of the Flying Fire Python clan rushed over and rushed into the distance. However, not long after they took off, they screamed and flew back. Their bodies fell to the ground and were torn into pieces. Their souls were destroyed by a punch. They were dead. The others were also stunned. Even the people who were being tortured were stunned. What's going on? Is someone coming? Those flying fire pythons are so powerful. Who are they? They could kill with one punch. Moreover, they could kill with one punch. Who is it? Soon, they saw a golden figure descending from the sky, bringing with it a powerful force. The light made it impossible for them to see clearly. You hurt my junior brother? You're courting death. The figure in the sky reached out a big golden hand and beat the two flying fire pythons next to him into a bloody mist. At the same time, he grabbed Yang Hao. Senior brother Lin. Yang Hao trembled with excitement. He was seriously injured, but he didn't die because these people wanted to torture him for hundreds of years. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. When he spoke, a large amount of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth, piercing through the void. Chapter 38:52. Lin Xian's face was extremely cold. Don't speak. He struck out the 5 elemental law. The wood elemental law circulated quickly, bringing along a strong vitality. It surrounded Yang Hao's body. At the same time, he took out a bottle of elixir from his storage ring and fed it to Yang Hao. Yang Hao's damaged body began to heal, and his pale face regained its rosy color. Soon, his injuries were healed by 70 to 80%. Senior brother Lin. Yang Hao was so excited that he was about to cry. The others were also dumbfounded. This person was too strong. He actually healed a seriously injured and dying person in an instant. Moreover, Yang Hao called him senior brother. Senior brother Lin? Could it be Lin Wuti? Everyone was dumbfounded. It's really you. Those from the Flying Fire Python clan were scared out of their wits. They quickly retreated as if they were facing a great enemy. Even Qi Lin and Shi Wu had solemn expressions on their faces. This was the legendary Great Demon King. The young man from the Golden Crow clan walked out, his eyes shining with a cold light. Lin Wuti, it's really you. Great, you came to die. Now kneel down and follow me back. He was too excited. He was very excited to find a disciple from Peerless City. He did not expect to attract Lin Wuti. If he could capture Lin Wuti, it would be a great merit. Which side are you on? Lin Xian stared at the man from the Golden Crow clan, his eyes shining with a cold light. Sure enough, the Golden Crow clan was behind this. Shi Wu walked out and smiled. So it's Lin Gongzi. There must be some misunderstanding. Lin Gongzi, listen to my explanation. Who do you think you are to talk to me? Get lost. Lin Xian snorted and ignored her. Previously, he saw everything with his Tianji divine eyes outside the blazing mountain. His junior brother was tortured by the Flying Fire Python clan. How could it be a misunderstanding? Junior brother, what do you think is going on? Lin Xian looked at Yang Hao. Yang Hao told Lin Xian about what had happened. After Lin Xian heard it, his face turned completely cold. They were really taking advantage of their power to bully others. They were actually using the lives of these saints as an experiment to find a way out. Ruthless and shameless indeed. Young master, what should we do? Shi Wu and the others could only look at the Golden Crow clan's youth. The young man from the Golden Crow clan sneered. What's there to be afraid of? No matter how strong Lin Wuti is, can he defeat my crown prince? Our crown prince has arrived on planet Tianming. As long as he met Lin Wuti, he would be able to tear him to pieces. There was nothing to be afraid of for someone who was about to die. Your crown prince? That means you're not the crown prince. You're just a servant. A mere slave dares to be impudent in front of me? Lin Xian's roar shook the 9 heavens. The people of the Flying Fire Python trembled and almost knelt down. Even the Golden Crow was taken aback by the sudden change. Soon he was so angry that his whole body started to tremble. Damn it, you dare to call me a slave? He was really mad. To be honest, he was indeed a subordinate of the 7th prince. But so what? His status was much higher than some of the geniuses of the Golden Crow clan, because he was the crown prince's subordinate. Who would dare to call him a slave? Yet now, there was actually someone who was so reckless as to say those 2 words. What are you waiting for? Go, kill him for me. The young man waved his hand. Qi Lin and Shi Wu looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and waved their hands. They had no choice. Lin Wuti would definitely find out that they had tortured Yang Hao. He would definitely not let them go. Therefore, they had to quickly hug the thighs of the Golden Crow clan to survive. Qi Lin and Qi Wu did not move. The remaining members of the flying fire python clan all rushed over. They also knew how strong Lin Xian was. Therefore, they did not hold back. In an instant, all sorts of nomological, mystical abilities blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they rushed towards Lin Xian. The thousands of people on the ground trembled. Although there were only a dozen of them, they were too strong. The thousands of saints who had suppressed them before could not even raise their heads. Would Lin Wuti be able to withstand it? Lin Xian's body bloomed with light. He punched out, and like a sun, it instantly enveloped the 10 flying fire python clan geniuses. There was a boom. Today, there was an earth-shaking sound. Many cracks appeared on the 100,000 Fire Feast mountain. Heaven and earth were shattered and sunk. The sun exploded, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. Accompanying it were all kinds of bones and internal organs. Dead, they were all dead. Everyone went crazy. They looked at this scene in disbelief. Previously, the dozen or so flying fire pythons could wipe out a group, but now they could not even block a punch from the other party. What kind of power was this? You're courting death. Qi Lin was furious. He had brought all the elite experts this time. They were all dead in an instant. How was he going to explain it when he returned? With a clang, the flamed sword on his back flew out and was held in his hand. Go to hell. The sword slashed over. Senior Brother Lin, be careful. This is a terrifying Dharma treasure. Yang Hao exclaimed. The others were also nervous. Indeed, a powerful expert had been cut in half by a single sword strike. One could imagine how powerful Qi Lin was. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His eyes burst with a piercing light. He reached out his golden hand and directly grabbed the flying sword. Then he grabbed it. There was a slash. One of Qi Lin's arms was forcefully pulled off. Blood splattered everywhere. Qi Lin retreated in horror. Kill him. Although his arm was broken, he could still control the sacred artifact. The flamed sword burst out with an unparalleled light and spun wildly. However, Lin Xian grabbed it tightly. How dare an ant compete with the bright moon? Lin Xian roared, and the power in his body burst out. He also grabbed the hidden sword with his other hand. Then he roared at the sky. Bang! 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 Cracks appeared on the flame sword. Then there were more and more cracks. With a bang, it split in half from the middle. How was that possible? The sacred artifact was broken. These people were crazy. That was a sacred artifact. How could this guy do that? Uft! Qi Lin also fell to the ground and vomited blood. This scene almost made him faint from fright. Qi Wu also retreated in horror. She looked at the young man from the Golden Crow tribe. Young master, please take him down. His strength was about the same as Qi Lin's. Qi Lin was easily defeated. She was no match for him. Now, she could only rely on this expert from the Golden Crow tribe. Don't be afraid. I'll kill him. The young man walked out with a biting, cold, murderous intent. With a furious roar, 2 golden claws appeared on his palms. They covered the sky and the earth. Go to hell for me. His strength was above Qi Lin's, so he was confident that he could kill him. This time he had a treasure in his hand. It was given to him by the 7th prince. Chapter 3853. That was a powerful weapon. With that thing to protect his life, he had nothing to worry about. You're just a slave. How dare you attack me? Let your master come. Lin Xian snorted and attacked crazily. He slapped out a palm print, which took the shape of a 5 elements mountain. It carried with it a monstrous natural law as it blasted out. It collided with the opponent's Golden Crow claws. The two collided 5 times in a row. The youth from the Golden Crow tribe screamed and retreated. His claws were shattered. His flesh was badly mangled and his bones were exposed. A slave is a slave. You don't have the right to fight with me. Kneel down obediently. Tell me where your master is. I'll kill him now. Lin Xian's large hand slammed down once more. You're courting death. The youth from the Golden Crow tribe roared crazily. How can the difference be so big? He couldn't believe it. The flames on his body spread, causing his claws to heal again. He attacked crazily. The aura on his body was majestic. Every time he landed, it was like a divine mountain. However, after 3 moves, he was sent flying again with a horrified expression. He felt that he couldn't defeat his opponent at all. This is unbelievable. Before this, he had never taken Lin Xian seriously. However, the cruelty of reality made him despair. Qi Lin and Qi Wu were also stunned. Their biggest backer, the Golden Crow tribe, was powerless in the hands of their opponent. They felt that they were about to collapse. The thousands of saints were dumbfounded. Is this the legendary invincible Lin? He's too strong. Yang Hao clenched his fists in excitement. Bang! 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 Lin Xian waved his hands continuously, hitting the youth from the Golden Crow tribe and forcing him to retreat. Many of his bones were broken and blood flowed out. Damn it! The youth had drawn the Golden Crow's body and wanted to escape. However, he was slashed down by Lin Xian and half of his wing was cut off. There was also a huge crack on his body, nearly cutting him in half at the waist. How dare you kill me? My master won't let you go. The youth from the Golden Crow tribe screamed. Lin Xian sneered. Is your master the 7th prince? He won't let me off, but I won't let him off either. A mere servant has no right to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian sent out 2 more slaps, smashing his opponent's body into pieces. However, the other party did not die. Lin Xian summoned a 5 elements mountain to suppress the other party. Then he turned to look at Snake Dance. Snake Dance was so frightened that her legs went soft and she fell to the ground. No, I beg you, don't kill me. Her face was filled with fear. Now, she no longer had her previous high and mighty attitude. I won't kill you. Give me a reason not to kill you. Lin Xian sneered. These people had abused their power to bully others and had even dared to torture his junior brother. How could he be merciful? Snake Dance bit her lips. Her eyes seemed as if they were about to drip with tears. She tore open her clothes a little. I can serve young master. I can give myself to young master. Like a wild cat, she crawled over to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian sneered and lifted her chin with one hand. You don't have the right to do that. Snake Dance's last hope disappeared. She couldn't believe that Lin Xian wouldn't take a fancy to her. What kind of joke was this? She felt humiliated. One had to know that her beauty was enough to make countless geniuses of the flying fire python tribe go crazy. Some geniuses from the holy city were also jealous of her. But now, she had taken the initiative to offer herself to him. But he didn't even look at her. This huge blow almost made Snake Dance die from anger. It's time to send you on your way. A killing sword appeared in Lin Xian's hand. Snake Dance trembled in fear. On the other side, Qi Lin's face was pale. No, you can't kill us. No matter how they screamed, it was useless. Lin Xian's sword was about to fall. At this moment, Yang Hao said, Senior brother, wait. They said that there's a 20,000-year-old flame lotus in the 100,000 flaming mountains. They threatened us before because they wanted to obtain the flame lotus. Oh, a 20,000-year-old flame lotus. Lin Xian stopped the sword in his hand, and a fiery light bloomed in his eyes. This age was extremely attractive to him. Seeing that Lin Xian was interested, Snake Dance seemed to have found hope and crawled over again. Young master, we know about the flame lotus. We'll help you find it. Please spare our lives. Interesting. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Good. Then let's see how you perform. Thank you, young master. Snake Dance stood up, her eyes shining. On the other side, Qi Lin also heaved a sigh of relief. The two of them wanted to command the thousands of saints, but they were interrupted by Lin Xian. I don't like to involve innocent people. You're not allowed to use them. As soon as he said this, the thousands of saints heaved a sigh of relief. But Snake Dance and Qi Lin's expressions changed. Young master, without them leading the way, we won't be able to find a safe path. Hearing this, Lin Xian smiled. Why, don't the two of you like to force others to lead the way? Today, I'll let the two of you have a taste of that. After hearing this, the two of them were so frightened that they almost knelt on the ground, letting the two of them lead the way. When they thought of the scene where those people were mercilessly burned to death, they felt cold all over. Young master, this isn't good. Qi Lin's expression was uglier than crying. Snake Dance's face was also pale. Young master, please spare our lives. Humph. You don't have the qualifications to bargain with me. If you want to live, obediently lead the way now. Otherwise, I'll immediately kill the two of you. I don't keep trash here. Young master, don't do anything. We'll just lead the way. The two of them were scared out of their wits. They didn't doubt it at all. Lin Wuyi was so powerful. He had killed many geniuses in the holy city. Some that even they didn't dare to provoke had all died in his hands. Such a person was a fearless demon king. Therefore, they chose to lead the way. This way, they might still have a way out. Lin Xian moved the 5-element mountain away and then kicked the Golden Crow youth. Get up, don't play dead. Lead the way for me. How dare you? The Golden Crow youth was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. What was his identity? He was the 7th prince's subordinate and was usually arrogant in the river district. But now he was going to be a prisoner. He was unwilling to accept it. However, after a few slaps from Lin Xian, he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Do you believe that I won't barbecue you alive if you dare to resist again? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing light. He cut off one of the youth's wings with a sword and then used the 9-yang divine fire to test it. Soon, the aroma of meat wafted out. The youth from the Golden Crow race was scared out of his wits. Stop, I'll lead the way. Not only did this person want to kill him, but he also wanted to eat him. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if he went against Lin Xian. Very well, lead the way obediently, Lin Xian said as he continued to test the Golden Crow's wings. At the same time, she said to Yang Hao, who was next to her, to watch over them. If they dare to slack off, just kill them. Chapter 38:54. Yes, senior brother. Yang Hao was extremely excited, while the surrounding saints were extremely envious. This was a peerless powerhouse who didn't care about anything, especially the golden roasted wings in his hand, which made them drool. However, they didn't have a share. Lin Xian didn't use them, which was already a huge favor to them. Lin Xian didn't immediately release the seal. After all, a 20,000-year-old flame lotus was enough to cause a huge storm. Indeed, the Flying Fire Python clan didn't have the ability to swallow it. This time, they were here to dig out the lotus to curry favor with the Golden Crow clan's 7th prince. However, they didn't expect Lin Xian to kill them halfway. Next, Qi Lin, Shi Wu, and Qing Yan began to explore the path. Their fate was very miserable. After taking a few steps, they might ignite a wisp of flame. The terrifying flame burned them until they screamed crazily. Although they were powerful and were fire elemental powerhouses, they were still very miserable. Half of Qi Lin's body was burned, and he quickly retreated in fear. Shi Wu's legs were also burned, and even the Golden Crow powerhouse was pierced by the flame. The three of them wanted to escape, but Yang Hao was at the side, supervising them seriously. When he saw someone escape, he directly lashed out with his whip. Damn it! The whip hit the three of them, making a clanging sound. To be honest, words couldn't cause too much harm to them, but it was tantamount to slapping their faces. One had to know that not long ago, Yang Hao was tortured to death by the three of them, but now he was standing there energetically and began to torture the three of them. The tables had turned too quickly. Of course, no one dared to resist, because there was still a great demon king there. Lin Xian enjoyed it very much. He directly used the law to create a throne. He sat on it, holding the golden roasted wings in one hand and a pot of spirit wine in the other. This wine was given to him by the heavenly Dao Union. It was very good. Junior brother, take it. Lin Xian threw half of the golden roasted wings to Yang Hao. After Yang Hao received it, he was overjoyed. Thank you, senior brother. He took a big bite without hesitation, then almost jumped up in excitement. It was too delicious. He had never eaten such delicious meat in his life. The face of the Golden Crow youth who was scouting ahead was terrifyingly dark. He finally could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, this is going too far. As a result, Yang Hao's whip landed on his face. Behave yourself. Otherwise, you'll lose your other wing too. The Golden Crow youth had no choice but to behave. 10 days later, Lin Xian and the others arrived at the depths of the blazing mountain. The temperature of the flames here was extremely high. Even the saints of the fifth heaven were frightened. Lin Xian was also moved. As expected of the heaven's mandate star, there were actually such terrifying flames in the depths of 100,000 volcanoes. If he wasn't careful, he might even get injured. What made him even more shocked was that he smelled a fragrance. This was the fragrance of heaven and earth spirit medicine, and it was very fragrant. Thinking about it, it should be the legendary 20,000-year-old flame lotus. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up. One had to know that a 10,000-year-old flame lotus was already very popular in the outside world, let alone a 20,000-year-old flame lotus. In front of them, Qi Lin, Shi Wu, and Qing Yan were in a very sorry state. They had been burned to the point of hovering between life and death. Their bodies were heavily injured and charred. However, when they smelled the fragrance, their injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Good stuff. Their eyes lit up. As expected of a legendary saint spirit medicine, it could even heal bones. After advancing for another 2 days, they finally stopped. There were monstrous laws waving in front of them. In the endless lava, a lotus flower bloomed. It was only the size of a palm. However, it attracted everyone's attention. Was there really one? Shi Wu and Qi Lin were both shocked. To be honest, they had only received information that there might be one inside, but they were not too sure. They did not expect it to really be there. The youth from the Golden Crow race was also very excited. He had originally come to seize the 20,000-year-old flame lotus and prepare to give it to the 7th prince. He did not expect to become a prisoner now. No, he had to think of a way to get it. Such a terrifying divine medicine. There must be a powerful demon beast guarding it. When Lin Wudi and the demon beast fight, I will fish in troubled waters. The youth from the Golden Crow race thought quickly in his heart. Yang Hao, who was beside him, was also excited. He looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood up. As expected, there was one. Junior brother, when the fight starts later, you should find a safe place. Yang Hao nodded. The flames here were enough to threaten his life. Lin Xian took a step forward. He walked forward. He said, "The 3 of you go and see if there is a formation in front. Is there a beast? If there is, lure it out. F*CK, 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 F*CK. The 3 of them vomited blood. Was he really treating them as lab rats? Why? Not willing? Do you believe that I won't kill the 3 of you right now? Lin Xian slapped each of them. The 3 of them felt their blood boil. Their bodies split open. The 3 of them could only brace themselves and walk forward. Buzz! As soon as they got close to the flame lotus, the surrounding flames suddenly tumbled, forming a sea of fire that rushed towards the 3 of them. Not good. Retreat quickly. The 3 of them were scared out of their wits. The temperature of the flames here was too terrifying. They did not dare to resist at all. There was indeed a beast. Lin Xian snorted. He gave the order to attack from afar. Shi Wu and the other two began to attack from a distance. The terrifying divine light surged forward and exploded in front of them. Endless flames spread, tearing the void apart. Near the flame lotus, under the sea of fire, there was a roar. Wah! A terrifying sound accompanied by a sky full of flames swept out in all directions. The three of them retreated frantically. Did they come out? Lin Xian's eyes burst with a piercing light. He shouted and punched forward. All the flames were shattered. Then he saw a fiery red crow cawing in front of him. Its demonic eyes stared at Lin Xian and the others. Soon, the fire crow stared at Lin Xian. It seemed that it had also sensed that Lin Xian was the most threatening. It turned into a stream of light and rushed over. Beast, you're courting death. Lin Xian snorted coldly and struck out with his palm, engaging in a fierce battle with his opponent. This was great. The Golden Crow and Qing Yan were overjoyed. They had been worried that Lin Xian would use them as cannon fodder. They did not expect the Fire Crow to be so smart. It immediately locked onto the strongest person. Will senior brother be in danger? Yang Hao had already been ordered to retreat far away. At this moment, he also became nervous when he saw the scene. This was because he also sensed that the Fire Crow in front of them was extremely terrifying. It was even stronger than the Golden Crow youth. Chapter 38:55. Sure enough, Lin Xian had met his match. This Fire Crow had cultivated for thousands of years and had really become a spirit. Its strength was shocking, especially when the other party had condensed a law weapon. This was no ordinary law weapon. It was really terrifying. It was a furnace, and the light it emitted formed countless flaming crows that swept out in all directions. Lin Xian pulled out the unparalleled sword and fought against it. The battle between the two was like two worlds colliding. This was a good opportunity. Seeing Lin Xian and the Fire Crow fighting, the Golden Crow elite was ecstatic. He could start to fish in troubled waters. On the other side, Shi Wu and Qi Lin were the same. However, their movements were not as fast as the Golden Crow youth. The Golden Crow youth transformed into his true form. The wings that had been cut off grew out again. He displayed his flight. He rushed towards the 20,000-year-old fire lotus with monstrous flames. Haha, this is mine. A pair of Golden Crow claws reached for the fire lotus. Wow. Wow. The Fire Crow who was fighting saw this scene and roared. It opened its mouth and spat out a flaming blade. The power was too terrifying. It directly split the Golden Crow youth in half. Ah, the young man from the Golden Crow tribe screamed miserably. His broken body quickly retreated. This attack had almost taken his life. He was so powerful that Yang Hao was shocked. Shi Wu and Qi Lin were also frightened. The two of them glanced at each other. Then their bodies quietly merged into the sea of flames. Then they quietly inquired. They did not dare to be as brazen as the Golden Crow youth. The two of them moved very slowly and did not attract the attention of the Fire Crow above. Lin Xian had already used his great mystique and was locked in a fierce battle with the Fire Crow. It seemed that the other party did not have too much energy to pay attention to them. Finally, they arrived below the fire lotus. Looking at the fire lotus in front of them, Shi Wu and Qi Lin trembled with excitement. They wanted to laugh, but they held it in. When they completely obtained the fire lotus, they would escape this place and swallow it. At that time, their strength would increase greatly, and they would seek revenge on Lin Wudi. They swore that they would trample the other party beneath their feet. With such a beautiful wish, Snake Dance and Qi Lin grabbed the flame lotus and prepared to uproot it. However, at this moment, a change occurred. The flaming lotus rotated, and an extremely terrifying flame burst out, instantly enveloping the two of them. No! Shi Wu and Qi Lin screamed crazily. They wanted to escape. but in an instant they were burned to ashes. Even their souls didn't have time to escape. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Wow, the fire crow cawed twice with a hint of disdain in its eyes. Lin Xian snorted coldly as well. These two people thought that they could deceive everyone. But how could they escape from his eyes? He had been watching the two of them. If the two of them succeeded in seizing it, then he would send out a clone to hunt them down. However, he felt that it would not be so easy to seize it. Sure enough, the two of them turned into ashes in an instant. It could only be said that the two of them were courting death. There was another person who was courting death, and that was the Golden Crow Youth. The two halves of his body were healed again after using a great mystic technique. He even burned his bloodline and transformed into a stream of light that charged in. His eyes were red. He swore that he would definitely obtain the flame lotus. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the great destruction spear flew out, transforming into a bolt of lightning that pierced through the void and pierced the Golden Crow Youth's body. Furthermore, it nailed him in a sea of fire. The Golden Crow Youth's body that had just healed was severely injured again. However, he did not die. Instead, his heart was penetrated and nailed to the void. He wanted to escape, but no matter how he resisted, he could not escape. Demonic chi even appeared on the great destruction spear, which directly turned into black chains that shrouded him and completely sealed him. The ants have been dealt with. You're next. Lin Xian's eyes emitted a biting cold light as he stared at the fire crow. The unparalleled sword in his hand suddenly shone brightly as dragon roar sounded. Boundless nomological laws accompanied the sword energy as it slashed down. The 100,000 mountains trembled as if they had all been split apart. Heaven and earth lost their luster, and the flames were about to be extinguished. Lin Xian began to use his killer move. He did not want to waste any more of his energy. Wah! The fire crow roared crazily. He sensed the danger of the sword and did not dare to take it head-on. He pushed the furnace in front of him, and it suddenly enlarged as if it had turned into a huge mountain to meet the attack. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, the two collided more than 1,000 times. It was earth-shattering. 100,000 mountains collapsed. Then they quickly retreated along the safe path and were pushed outside. At this moment, the thousands of people outside were also dumbfounded. Was the great demon king fighting inside? Were they from the Golden Crow clan or the Flying Fire Python clan? They did not know. However, they thought that they must have met someone powerful. Otherwise, the mountains would not have collapsed and the rocks would not have crumbled. After countless collisions, cracks had appeared on the large furnace. The fire crow roared crazily. His heart was bleeding. At the same time, he was shocked. How could the human in front of him be so terrifying? The other party was not old. Was he still not willing to stop? Then I can't let you live. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. Endless light blades rushed out along with the dark green light waves. The fire crow had a splitting headache and almost fell from the sky. He endured the injury to his soul and suddenly opened his mouth to spit out a flaming light blade. It was this light blade that had easily cut open the body of the Golden Crow Youth. This light blade was definitely not weaker than a sacred artifact. This was the fire crow's killing move. It could not be used consecutively. Every time it was used, it had to be nurtured and stored in his body with the laws. Only then could it be used. Now he finally activated the second light blade, and it instantly flew out. With such an unexpected attack, it should be able to kill the other party, right? Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, the stellar transposition turned into an arc and charged back at the fire crow. With a puff, it slashed the fire crow's body. A large number of feathers fell from the fire crow's body. His flesh split open, and his internal organs could be seen. His face was filled with horror. He turned around and fled. It was too strange. He could not defeat this human at all. If he continued to fight, he would definitely die. He fell into the sea of fire and disappeared. Lin Xian ignored him. Instead, he stared at the 20,000-year-old flame lotus and shot a few rays of sword qi down, enveloping the flame lotus. He wanted to collect it. The lotus bloomed with light and suddenly erupted with an incomparable flame aura. Lin Xian was shocked. He immediately took out the great sage pagoda and went in. At the same time, he also brought the great destruction spear and the golden crow youth in. At the same time, he scanned with his soul and found that Yang Hao had already left. The entire depths of the flaming mountain were boiling. Chapter 38:56. After a long time, the power of the flame slowly dissipated. Lin Xian tested it 3 more times before he heaved a sigh of relief. The violent energy within the flame lotus had almost been depleted. He could collect it now. The flame lotus still resisted, but it was no longer a threat to Lin Xian. It was not easy for you to survive for 20,000 years. I will not harm your foundation. I will only take your lotus. If you understand what I'm saying, just drop the lotus. Lin Xian said to the 20,000-year-old sacred herb. As expected, the lotus struggled for a while. In the end, the root swayed gently and the lotus flew out. The root was hidden in the sea of fire. Presumably, it would be able to grow another flame lotus after tens of thousands of years. Lin Xian waved his hand and put away the lotus. Then he took a look into the depths. He looked deeper and did not continue to investigate. Instead, he turned and left. After coming out, Lin Xian found Yang Hao. He split the corpse of the Golden Crow clan youth in half and gave it to Yang Hao. Then he left with the other half. He did not kill the Golden Crow youth. Instead, he captured his soul. Tell me, where is the Crown Prince? Lin Xian asked. The soul of the Golden Crow youth floated in the air. Countless black chains bound him. At this moment, his soul was very weak. It was emitting waves of fear. It was too terrifying. His physical body had been destroyed by Lin Xian. Furthermore, he had almost been killed by Lin Xian. Humph! Do you want me to betray my master? Impossible. It seems that you do not know your place. I have to teach you a lesson. Lin Xian used the heavenly secret divine eyes and pulled the youth into the locking spring and autumn. He did not collect the soul directly because he discovered that there was a seal in the youth's soul. It should be a seal to prevent others from capturing and searching the soul. He could not break the seal. If he forcibly collected the soul, the youth's soul would be instantly burned to ashes. He would not be able to find anything. This should be the work of an elder of the Golden Crow clan. After all, he had been by the 7th Crown Prince's side for many years and knew many secrets. That was why he added this system. Therefore, Lin Xian was prepared to torture the other party so that he would obediently spill the beans. The young man from the Golden Crow race had long been scared out of his wits. At this moment, he hadn't even experienced 100 cycles of reincarnation in the locking spring and autumn before he was already screaming and begging for mercy. Lin Xian let him out and asked, "How is it? Are you willing to talk? I can let you reincarnate 10,000 times. Let's take it slow." I said. The Golden Crow youth gave an address. To be honest, he was afraid, but he did not intend to betray them completely. This was because he had unlimited confidence in their 7th prince. If Lin Xian dared to kill their crown prince, then he would definitely die. Now that the other party had taken the initiative to deliver himself to them, their crown prince could obtain a 20,000-year-old flame lotus for free. Why wouldn't he do it? Thus, after struggling for a while, he decided to say it. However, he sneered in his heart. "Let's see how you'll die this time." "Very well, you'd better not lie to me. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death." Lin Xian locked him up and began his preparations. It was impossible for the 7th prince to act alone. There should be many experts around him. Thus, he was prepared to give the Golden Crow race a big gift. Lin Xian once again returned to the depths of the 100,000-year-old Flame Mountain. He came to the place where the flames were continuously erupting. He felt that it was not safe, so he walked further in. When even he was frightened, he used the great sage pagoda to store the surrounding flames. When he felt that it was enough, Lin Xian stopped and quickly left. This kind of flame was dangerous, even with his physique. If he attacked in groups, the Golden Crow race would not be able to withstand it. This way, he would not be afraid of being surrounded. However, this was not the end. Lin Xian naturally knew what the other party was planning. The Golden Crow 7th Prince wanted this 20,000-year-old flame lotus. How could he give it to him? Therefore, even if the other party had an ambush, he had to eat the lotus first. Lin Xian returned to the Black Earth in a flash. Inside, the Golden Crow youth soul was imprisoned. When he saw Lin Xian return, his body trembled. Damn, great Demon King, what do you want? I've already told you everything I can. Don't be afraid, I won't kill you now. I'll let you see with your own eyes that I behead your crown prince. I'm only here to cultivate. Lin Xian sat down with a smile. Damn it. The Golden Crow's soul gritted his teeth in anger. He knew that Lin Xian still had a powerful pagoda. Why didn't he cultivate there? Why did he have to cultivate in front of him? Wasn't this deliberately provoking him? Lin Xian said, I filled the pagoda with endless flames and am preparing to deal with you. I can't cultivate in the Golden Crow race's place. Even I'm afraid of those flames. Pooh! Damn it! How dare you use such despicable methods? The Golden Crow's soul screamed in anger. He had a bad feeling. Lin Xian sneered. It's mainly to prevent you from surrounding me. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you a big gift this time. Buzz! He waved his hand and took out the 20,000-year-old flame lotus. He placed it in his palm and absorbed it. In the end, he felt that it wasn't enough. He broke off the petals and put them in his mouth. You actually ate it. The Golden Crow's soul trembled in anger. According to his original plan, the other party would take the initiative to attack them. Their 7th crown prince would kill the other party and obtain the flame lotus. However, who would have thought that the other party not only prepared an escape flame to burn them, but also wanted to eat Zai Lianhua? Lin Xian opened his eyes and glanced at the other party. He sneered. Of course, if I don't eat my things, do you think I'll leave them for you? Speaking of this, he refined it with even more strength. The Golden Crow's soul fainted from anger. He felt that he had caused a huge disaster for his race and the crown prince. He was now extremely regretful. Why did he reveal the crown prince's whereabouts? He hoped that this guy wouldn't succeed. Otherwise, the disaster for the Golden Crow race would be unimaginable. However, he was destined to be disappointed. The flame lotus was really too terrifying. It melted in his mouth. Endless flames enveloped Lin Xian, tempering his laws and improving his physique. In just 7 days, Lin Xian opened his eyes. His laws were purer than before. More importantly, he felt that his divine body seemed to have improved, and it was an obvious improvement. The 9-yang divine body had evolved. His physique and strength had risen to a level. After Lin Xian felt the changes in himself, he was wild with joy. This was the celestial fate star. It was too miraculous. No wonder countless people wanted to come in. A day here was equivalent to 100 years of bitter cultivation outside. For example, his divine body. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult to improve it without cultivating for a few hundred years. But now, a lotus could save him a few hundred years of cultivation. Chapter 38:57. Of course, this was not simple. If Lin Xian was weak, he would have been killed by the Golden Crow race, the Flying Flame Python, or even the terrifying Fire Crow. If one wanted fortuitous encounters, one had to be strong enough. If I am lucky, I might be able to make consecutive breakthroughs on this heavenly fate planet. Lin Xian felt that this was an opportunity, a chance for him to improve rapidly. All right, it is time to go and kill your Golden Crow Prince. Lin Xian stood up. As for the Golden Crow, soul peed. Xiao Chun could clearly feel that the other party was much stronger than before. Lin Xian steered the black earth and quickly flew to the location that the other party mentioned. It was a huge lake filled with flames. There were many people sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Golden crow illusions appeared on their bodies, bearing fangs and brandishing claws. It was abnormally terrifying. Suddenly, the four of them opened their eyes. Their gazes pierced through the sky as they looked into the distance. Soon they stood up. 3 beams of light descended from the sky and turned into 3 golden crows. The one leading them was Jin Kongjue. After he arrived, he asked, "Where is the 7th prince?" The crown prince left with his people. It seemed that he had received news of a golden palace and was preparing to investigate it. After they left, Jin Kongjue frowned. Originally, he wanted to give the crown prince good news. A bronze gate appeared. Really? That's great. When the crown prince returns, he can go to the bronze gate and search for treasures. These golden crow race experts were very happy. Jin Kongjue nodded and prepared to wait in this flaming lake for a while. What they did not know was that a black spirit boat was rushing towards them at high speed. Their target was none other than them. One day later, Lin Xian stood up and looked into the distance. Have they arrived? He steered the black earth and turned into a beam of light, instantly arriving above the flaming lake. At the same time, his voice rang out. "Where is the golden crow, 7th prince? Tell him to kneel and accept his death." The 7 experts from the golden crow tribe who were cultivating and waiting below suddenly opened their eyes. Their gazes pierced through the void like rainbows. Who is it? Who dares to insult their crown prince? Is this person seeking death by provoking their golden crow race? Die for me. An expert opened his mouth and spat out a ball of flames that flew up like a sun. In an instant, the black earth ship was enveloped, and a terrifying radiance exploded, illuminating half the sky. They revealed sinister smiles, ants that didn't know what was good for them. The few of them sat down cross-legged. However, they were soon stunned. That was because they realized that the sea of fire had spread, but the black spirit boat was completely fine. This was a powerful holy artifact. These people were shocked, and some of them frowned. One of them snorted coldly. "I'll go and kill the people inside." He was the crown prince's bodyguard. How could he allow others to provoke him like this? He arrived in the air, and a golden saber appeared in his hand. He slashed down from the air. With a clanging sound, the void was split in half. The black earth also suffered a violent impact and let out a clanging sound. Wang. However, at this moment, a large golden hand stretched out from the black earth and collided with the terrifying blade light. It tore apart the saber lights that filled the sky and slammed into the body of the golden crow tribe expert. Boom! The body of the golden crow tribe elite was torn into pieces. Blood spurted out, and a miserable cry rang out. The 6 people below were originally sneering. Those who dared to provoke them would definitely die. However, their smiles froze on their faces. How could it be? Someone slapped away their bodies with a single palm. Who was this person? He was too powerful. Could he be a chief disciple? Boom! The 6 of them instantly stood up. Extremely cold light burst out from their eyes, especially Jin Kongjue, who took a step forward, and a flame illusion surged on his body. "Who exactly are you? How dare you go against the Golden Crow tribe? Is the Golden Crow tribe very powerful? I'll go against you. What can you do to me?" A figure walked out from the black spirit boat. Jin Kongjue's pupils shrank. "Lin Wudi, you're courting death. Is he Lin Wudi?" The eyes of the remaining 5 people turned red in an instant. "Let's join forces to kill him." Yes, there was no need to talk about rules with them. The 5 of them soared into the air. "Kid, go to hell." The 5 of them displayed their great abilities and crazily charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. He knew that they were despicable and shameless, so he had already prepared a big gift for them. Buzz! He waved his hand and took out the great sage pagoda. He opened the flames inside and poured them down. Using flames to deal with us? You're courting death. The Golden Crow elite sneered. They were born from flames. Moreover, it was rumored that they cultivated the fire of the sun. How could mere flames do anything to them? This Lin Wudi was not much. He had no brains at all. The 5 of them were filled with disdain. Soon they were terrified. Something was wrong. The power of the flames was too violent. In an instant, 2 of them were injured. Their arms were burned and turned into ashes. The other 3 people's bodies were also charred black. The pain almost caused them to faint. Damn it, retreat. There was something wrong with the flames. The 5 of them roared crazily and quickly retreated. They were no longer as arrogant as before. Lin Xian snorted. Weren't they very powerful before? Weren't they disdainful? Why were they running away now? His finger was like a knife. With a slash, he directly chopped off the head of a Golden Crow elite. At the same time, he used another punch to shatter the body of another Golden Crow elite. The 2 of them screamed in the air. In an instant, the 5 of them were severely injured. Damn it. Below, Jin Kongjue did not make a move. He originally thought that the 5 of them would not be able to take down the other party easily. He did not expect the other party to be so strong. It was beyond his expectations. Despicable and shameless kid. Do you dare to fight me head-on? Jin Kongjue roared at the sky. Why wouldn't I dare? I'm here to kill the 7th prince. Where is he? Get him out here. The 7th prince is not here. Moreover, the crown prince does not need to do anything to kill you. I can kill you. Jin Kongjue was furious. This kid was too arrogant. He even dared to kill their crown prince. Today he was determined to slay the other party with his blade. Not here. Lin Xian frowned. Was there a mistake in the information? Or did the 7th prince leave? The information should not be wrong. Otherwise, Jin Kongjue and the others would not be here. That crown prince probably had something to do and left. He was really lucky to be able to escape with his life. That's good as well. I'll let your 7th prince live for 2 more days. Today, I'll take you down first. Lin Xian looked at Jin Kongjue. Jin Kongjue soared into the air. Ignorant ant, do you think you can fight against me? Previously, I did not make a move against you at Crescent Moon Lake because I feared the demonic race army. Otherwise, do you think you could have left alive? Today, on Heavenly Fate Star, there is no demonic race army. Let's see how you are going to fight me. Boom! Jin Kongjue attacked. A palm released a fiery light and a Golden Crow image, causing space to tremble as he threw a palm strike forward. Chapter 3858. All right, I'll use you to practice. Lin Xian waved his fist. His physique had improved, and he wanted to try it out. Let's try it out on his opponent. His fist and his opponent's palm bloomed in the sky, bursting out with unparalleled light. Boom! Both of them were evenly matched. Jin Kongjue snorted. Kid, I was just testing you. I didn't use my full strength. Go to hell now. Another punch, more violent than before. On the other side, Lin Xian nodded slightly. That was his previous strength. Now it was his new strength. His fist was like a dragon. With a bang, the sky fell and the earth cracked. This time, 3 cracks appeared on the golden palm. How could it be? Jin Kongjue felt his palm crack. The pain made him shocked. How could his opponent's physique become so strong? Just as he was in a daze, Lin Xian attacked violently. His right hand was like a knife and he slashed his arm. His arm was broken instantly. Lin Xian's left leg flew up like a dragon and kicked his waist. With a bang, he was sent flying. With the injured area as the center, cracks spread out in all directions. Many cracks appeared on his body. His whole body looked like it would shatter at any time. How could it be? Lin Xian injured him in an instant. The 5 Golden Crow tribe experts were also stunned. They were resisting the sea of fire while watching the battle. Seeing the scene, their scalps went numb. Impossible. I must be dreaming. Although Jin Kongjue wasn't the crown prince, he was an extremely terrifying genius of the Golden Crow tribe. He even dared to challenge a top genius like Lei Zhen. But now he was no match for Lin Wuyi. This was impossible. Jin Kongjue was stunned. He couldn't believe it. How could Lin Xian injure him so easily? Damn it! How did your strength become so strong? He was horrified to find that Lin Xian's strength and physique seemed to have increased to an unbelievable level. This was simply too unbelievable. One must know that not too long ago, he had seen her at the Crescent Moon Lake. At that time, he was able to sense that she was merely on par with him. But now his opponent had actually surpassed him. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Geniuses naturally have to improve every day. Do you think I'm the same as an ant like you, still stuck in the same spot? Damn it, I don't believe it. Die! Jin Kongjue roared. He was infuriated. The other party actually called him an ant. He couldn't stand it. A pair of golden wings grew out of his back, continuously flapping as he charged over. Flames surged, terrifying radiance blotting out the sky. His feathers flew out, turning into countless rays of light. After each feather exploded, they pierced through a part of the world. With over 1,000 feathers, he was confident that he could kill the other party. Boom! Boom! Sparks flew in front of him, piercing through the void. Jin Kongjue stood in the void and roared towards the sky. Let's see how you'll die this time. Although they had suffered heavy losses this time, several of their people had been burned to death, and the remaining 2 were seriously injured and on the verge of death. They had lost the ability to fight. But so what? In the end, he still managed to kill the other party with ease. There was only one outcome for those who dared to oppose the Golden Crow clan, death. Humph, is this your ultimate technique? It's just SOO. A pair of large hands tore apart the flames. Lin Xian walked out. The 9-yang divine body shone even brighter. How is this possible? You're not dead? I don't believe it. Jin Kongjue was dumbfounded. His opponent actually didn't die after such a violent attack. Moreover, it seemed that he wasn't injured at all. What kind of physique is this? Then, you'll have a taste of my fist. Lin Xian started to swing his fists. He was extremely violent, even more violent than the other party. He beat Jin Kongjue until his entire body trembled. Damn it, every time they collided, Jin Kongjue's bones would break. If not for his strong vitality, strong physique, and strong recovery ability, he would have died. He would have been beaten up long ago. Even so, he couldn't hold on for long. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Jin Kongjue roared, and a golden crow phantom appeared in his body. He also reverted to his original form and roared towards the sky. This time he opened his mouth and spat out a monstrous flame, turning into a flaming golden crow, burning fiercely. Not good. Retreat quickly. When the 2 surviving Golden Crow tribe experts saw this scene, they used the last of their strength and quickly retreated. They knew that Jin Kongjue had used his ultimate move. This was an ultimate move, the Golden Crow's Raging Flames attack, enough to sweep away everything. Just as they retreated, the area in front of them exploded. Countless rays of light filled the sky, and the raging flames were enough to destroy everything. Lin Xian snorted coldly and punched in all directions, turning into fists one after another. In the end, 18 fists were like 18 blazing suns, circling the sky and stabilizing the area. This made the Golden Crow Phantom unable to get close. Is this your trump card? If you don't have a new trump card, you can go and die. Lin Xian sneered, and a cold light shone in his eyes. Damn it! Jin Kongjue was so angry that his entire body trembled. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? He flapped his wings and swooped down. A pair of sharp claws tore through the void, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. These 2 claws were really too strong. They shone with a sharp light, like 2 saint weapons. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Competing with him in physique was an act of seeking death. Boom! 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 The two of them exchanged blows, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack, destroying everything. The mountains and rivers within thousands of miles were constantly collapsing, and the destruction was still spreading. Buzz! Suddenly, Lin Xian slashed out a ray of sword qi, tearing through the void. Jin Kongjue did not dare to resist at all. His body suddenly turned, and he dodged the sword by a hair's breadth. However, he was still hit. A crack appeared on his wing, and half of his body lost consciousness. His opponent's sword qi was even more terrifying. If he was hit by it, he would definitely be split in half. Brat, you forced me to do this. I will definitely kill you. Even if I am seriously injured and my foundation is damaged, I will still send you to hell. Jin Kongjue flew up, and his body covered the sky and the sun. The flames on his body started to burn, and there was even a trace of red light on them. This guy started to use the power of his bloodline and even ignite his bloodline power. Flames danced on those golden feathers, and in the end, they formed the golden crow, circling unceasingly. This was really too shocking. At this moment, there were thousands of golden crow silhouettes circling, making it impossible for people to distinguish which one was real. The aura on the silhouettes was abnormally terrifying. With the power of one person, he could create thousands of clones. That was too terrifying. The two experts from the Golden Crow tribe behind were also wild with joy when they saw the scene. With this divine skill, his opponent should be dead for sure, right? Kill. There was a roar in the sky, and thousands of Golden Crow silhouettes swooped down. Nothing could stop them wherever they passed. Chapter 3859. Lin Xian's expression was very serious. He had to admit that the Golden Crow race was very talented, and this Jin Kongjue was one of the best. This kind of bloodline talent was really too strong. It was naturally much stronger than other races. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He pulled out the unparalleled sword, and the dragon's sword spirit roared. Its eyes shone with an unparalleled light. Countless dragon-shaped swords flew out and intertwined in the sky. They formed a picture of 10,000 dragons on the tip of his sword. 10,000 dragons against the golden crows. This was a peerless collision. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless large cracks intertwined, making everyone despair. In the distance, some people saw this scene and were terrified. Who was fighting? Should they go over and take a look? Did they want to die? They would be courting death if they went over with such terrifying power. They were definitely two top-notch experts, and they stayed far away from them. If such a person went berserk, anyone who got close to him would die without a doubt. At this moment, no one dared to go and watch the battle. They could only run away quickly. However, with a quick glance, they saw countless golden crows circling in the sky. It was the experts of the Golden Crow race. Heavens, there were at least 10,000 golden crows. Did the Golden Crow group have so many experts? These people went crazy. At the same time, they were even more curious. Who was the expert who was fighting with the Golden Crow race? All of a sudden, they saw tens of thousands of giant dragons roaring at the same time, and there were very few in all directions. Those were the dragons. Did the people of the dragon race appear? The dragon race against the golden crows. This was a battle between two powerful divine beasts. These people went crazy. Golden crows were torn apart by the dragon claws, one after another. Of course, some of those dragons were also burned to ashes. The two sides kept fighting. There was a figure that kept shuttling back and forth. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. He used his heavenly secret super ability to the extreme. He started to search for Jin Kongjue's true body. At the same time, he used stellar transposition. Any destructive power that got close was repelled by him. He turned into a bolt of lightning and shuttled through the void. He found it. Soon, he sneered and attacked with the unparalleled sword. The sword landed on the golden crow and sent that person flying. Half of Jean Kongjue's body was chopped off. Ah, damn it, how is this possible? The fact that the other party could create 10,000 giant dragons to fight against his 10,000 golden crows was already shocking enough. For someone to be able to resist his bloodline absolute art was simply too unbelievable. Now he was scared out of his wits. Damn it, the other party was actually able to see through his real body. How did he do it? He resisted with great difficulty and recovered his body. However, after a few strikes, he was split open again. This person was too terrifying. His strength was too strong. Jean Kongjue felt despair. Could it be that this person had entered the Bronze Gate? He suddenly had an idea that made his heart beat wildly. Damn it, he had to leave. If the other party had really entered the bronze door, then he was no match for him. He wanted to leave, and then he would also enter the Bronze Gate and obtain great power to kill the other party. Thinking of this, he turned around and wanted to leave. Did he escape? Jean Kongjue actually escaped. The two Golden Crow race experts who were watching the battle from afar were dumbfounded. Lin Wudi was too powerful. They had 7 experts on their side. Aside from Jean Kongjue, there were 6 more. However, right from the start, the enemy had killed one of them and burned 3 more to death. Right now, the 2 of them had narrowly escaped death from the raging flames. They were seriously injured and on the verge of death. They had placed all their hopes on Jean Kongjue. Who would have thought that Jean Kongjue was also trying to escape? Who else could kill him? Could it be that the 7th Crown Prince had to make a move himself? Lin Xian would not give Jean Kongjue a chance to escape. He attacked forcefully, beating the other party until his flesh was badly mangled and feathers fell. In the end, Lin Xian collected half of his feathers and even used the Great Destruction Spear to create a demonic domain to suppress him. Jean Kongjue was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He could not escape at all. His face was ferocious. Damn it! How did you find this place? He was too shocked. Was it a coincidence? Did you think that your Golden Crow race was a monolithic block? Come out. Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed a soul from the black earth, tossing it forward. That person was the soul of the Golden Crow expert. At this moment, he was trembling. How could this be? When he was in the black earth, he had already seen the scene outside and was scared out of his wits. In his opinion, even if the 7th Crown Prince was not around, Jean Kongjue could still kill the other party. However, the result was beyond his expectations. The other party beat Jean Kongjue to the point that he could not fight back. It was you. Damn it. You dared to betray the Crown Prince. Jean Kongjue was so angry that he vomited blood. How could he not recognize the other party? This was someone by his side. No wonder the other party could find this place so accurately and make preparations in advance. It was their people who betrayed them. No, it was not me. I did not betray them. I only wanted to. That soul trembled. However, it was instantly killed. Jean Kongjue used his strength to kill that soul traitor. I will make it so that you will never reincarnate. Boundless flames burned that soul. I did not. The soul screamed miserably, but soon turned to ashes. Good move. Lin Xian laughed and clapped. However, don't worry. You will reunite in hell soon. Damn brat. I will not let you succeed. A trace of despair appeared in Jean Kongjue's eyes. Suddenly, his body swelled up like a small mountain and instantly turned into a 10,000 zhang tall mountain. He exploded with a boom. Die! He let out a ferocious roar, and his soul turned into a small golden crow. It broke through the void and wanted to leave. Buzz! Lin Xian was taken aback when he saw how crazy it was to self-destruct. He hurriedly took out the great sage pagoda to block the violent attack. At the same time, he waved the Great Destruction Spear and locked onto the other party's soul. It turned into a black light that flickered in the sky and instantly pierced through the other party's soul. I am not satisfied. Jean Kongjue's soul dimmed and disappeared. If I can enter the bronze door, I will not be defeated. He turned his head and stared at Lin Xian. Although you killed me, the seventh crown prince will avenge me. I will wait for you in hell. Finally, his soul disappeared. Lin Xian kept the great destruction spear and walked out of the great sage pagoda. He was abnormally cold. You can go to hell obediently. However, I can swear that the one who will meet you in hell will not be me, but your seventh crown prince. Lin Xian's eyes exploded with cold killing intent. He turned his head and stared at the two people in the distance. The two golden crows were scared out of their wits. They wanted to run, but their bodies were already heavily injured. How could they escape? Lin Xian's palm covered the sky and grabbed the two of them, locking spring and autumn, reincarnation, tortured the two of them until they opened their mouths. Lin Xian killed the two of them and took their storage rings. Then he fell into deep thought. It turned out that the seventh crown prince had found a golden palace and went to search for the secrets inside. Jean Kongjua had rushed over later. The other party brought news of the bronze door. This news naturally reached Lin Xian. Chapter 3860. Lin Xian killed 13 members of the Flying Fire Python clan and 8 members of the Golden Crow clan. He now had 350 Dao flowers on him. It was unbelievable. One had to know that it hadn't been a long time, and he hadn't met many people. It was already incredible to have dozens of Dao flowers on him. But now, Lin Xian only had 350 Dao flowers on him. Lin Xian felt that it was time to go to the Bronze Gate. He also wanted to see what was inside. He took away all the Golden Crow corpses. They were all delicious. Lin Xian wouldn't miss them. Then he flew in the direction of the Bronze Gate. After he left, the people in the distance dared to come up. They saw the shattered sky and blood everywhere. But there were no corpses. They were puzzled. These feathers should be the feathers of the Golden Crow clan. Heavens! Were the Golden Crow clan members injured? They were too shocked. Who dared to fight against the Golden Crow clan? I don't think it's as simple as being injured. Someone said, "Look at the sword energy and flames here." I thought of someone, Lin Wudi. What? Are you saying that Lin Wudi and the Golden Crow clan fought? Someone nodded. Only he would dare to do that. If it was Lin Wudi's battle, then the disappearance of the Golden Crow clan members' corpses could be explained. The Demon King must have taken them back to make delicious food. Thinking of this possibility, everyone's scalps went numb. Soon the news spread. Some people were shocked when they heard that the Golden Crow clan members had died and their corpses were taken away by the Demon King. The Demon King had become terrifying again. They must not provoke him. Demonic beasts like the Demon City felt their scalps go numb. Damn it, they were now scared because their bodies were all delicacies from land and sea. If they were caught by the Demon King, not only would they be killed, but they would also be eaten. They couldn't accept such an outcome. Everyone was in a panic, afraid that the Demon King would kill them. However, Lin Xian wasn't in the mood to care about these people. At this moment, he came to a quiet place hidden in the mountains. It was very strange. What was even more bizarre was that there was a bronze door. The bronze gate was simple and unadorned. There wasn't much radiance, and it carried the vicissitudes of time. There were mysterious symbol carvings on it. Lin Xian circled the bronze door a few dozen times before he realized that it was really just a door. Behind the door was a mountain range, and there was nothing special about it. Could it be that he had to push it open? He walked up, placed his hands on the bronze door, and gave it a hard push. Boom! Boom! The bronze door trembled as it slowly opened. A green radiance flowed out from within. Lin Xian looked over and found that it was hazy inside. He couldn't see clearly from the outside. He took a step forward and walked in. After he entered, he was greatly surprised. He had previously investigated behind the bronze door, but there was nothing behind it. But when he entered, he discovered that it was actually a vast hall. How mysterious! This bronze door was too strange. Could it be connected to another space? Was someone finally here? Welcome. A deep voice rang out in the hall. Lin Xian was startled. Was there someone else behind the bronze door? Who was it? Shocked beyond belief, he looked around with his golden eyes. The next moment, he saw a figure appear out of thin air in front of him. A spatial ability? Lin Xian was too shocked. That figure was wearing bronze armor and even had a bronze mask on his face. I'm the envoy here. You can call me the Bronze Envoy. I'm in charge of everything behind the bronze door. Young man, what do you want to exchange for? There was actually a bronze envoy behind the bronze door who was in charge of everything. Was he even alive? Was Destiny's Star under someone else's control? What kind of power was that? Even the sacred city couldn't control it. Could it be a great sage? Or someone even more terrifying than a great sage could control it? Lin Xian didn't know. He felt that everything was shrouded in mystery. Taking a deep breath, he temporarily suppressed the doubts in his heart. Senior, this is my first time here. I don't know what I can exchange for in the bronze door. What kind of treasures are there? Indeed, Lin Xian only knew that the Dao flower could be exchanged for, but how? He still didn't know. The bronze envoy smiled. You'll know when you see this. With a wave of his hand, a screen of light formed in front of him. There were diagrams and words on the screen. Lin Xian looked. The diagrams should be the items to exchange for, and the words should be the conditions. Lin Xian was shocked when he saw the first line. At the very beginning were saint weapons, saint medicines, and martial arts abilities cultivated by saints. Clearly, there were no ordinary items here. Behind each item was a list of the required quantity for the Dao flower. Lin Xian gave it a cursory glance and saw that some items were marked with question marks below. The number of Dao flowers wasn't written. This puzzled him. What was going on? Senior, what's the meaning of this? The bronze envoy said in a low voice. You can't exchange for the items below, so there's no number. Could this flood martial scripture be the ultimate divine ability of the flood martial emperor? Lin Xian suddenly cried out in surprise. That was because he had found something below where the question marks had been placed. However, he didn't quite believe it. Wasn't the flood martial scripture emperor flood martial's inheritance? It was so precious that only the imperial clans had it. Moreover, he remembered that Yan Nantian had received the flood martial scripture, but he'd already killed him. It must be someone with the same name. However, the bronze envoy did say that it was indeed a great inheritance. One could exchange for an emperor's inheritance here. Lin Xian was stunned. That couldn't be right. How many Dao flowers would that require? 108,000 heavenly Dao golden lotuses. Upon hearing this number, Lin Xian immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. That meant that there was no hope at all. That was because the strongest person he knew of right now was probably his senior brother. Fu Hongye, right? Last time, Fu Hongye had created 6 heavenly Dao golden lotuses, shocking the second astral realm. However, compared to the 108,000, it was not even a fraction of the 108,000. Lin Xian shook his head. Let's be realistic. He had 350 now, so he could only exchange for some of the earlier ones. Lin Xian's heart was burning with desire. He found many things that made his eyes red, but they were all in the tens of thousands. It seemed that when he got out, he'd have to hunt down his enemies and get a large number of Dao flowers, then come back to exchange. Young man, you're the first to open the bronze door, so you have a discount this time. I'll give you half the price of the items you exchange. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. This was truly an unexpected surprise. Chapter 3861. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Great. This way, the items he exchanged could be upgraded by grade. This meant that his 350 Dao flowers could be exchanged for more than 700 items. He hurried to find them. There were many items that could be exchanged for, but 3 of them tempted him. One was an elixir that would increase his cultivation by 500 years. 1 elixir for 500 years of cultivation was tempting. However, Lin Xian didn't immediately exchange for it. Instead, he looked at the other two. The second was a 13,000-year-old sacred medicine that could enhance one's soul. Lin Xian was very tempted. The third was a mystique, the 5-element ring. It had two uses. One was as a tool, and the other was to bind and restrain people. Lin Xian was also tempted. After all, he cultivated the 5-element Tao. If he could cultivate it, he would be exceptionally terrifying. Lin Xian thought about it and felt that it was better to increase his strength first. After all, this was just the beginning. Next, he would have to fight more and more battles. 500 years of cultivation might not be enough for him to raise his cultivation level. As for his soul, his heavenly secret godly I was still enough. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to exchange for the 5-element mystique. Senior, I still need time to exchange for this. After collecting Lin Xian's 350 Dao flowers, the bronze emissary reached out a finger and tapped Lin Xian's forehead. In the next moment, some information appeared in Lin Xian's mind. Thank you, Senior. Lin Xian left the bronze gate and made a mark near it. This would make it easier for him to come in the future. He could also tell his friends and fellow sect members about this mark. After coming out, Lin Xian found a place to seclude himself. He wanted to study the 5-element ring. The 5-element ring used the 5-element Tao in an array formation to form the 5-element ring. This arrangement was unknown to those who didn't cultivate it. Lin Xian was shocked after reading it. The 5-element ring was indeed mysterious. If he hadn't been the first to enter, it would have taken him a long time to exchange for it. Now that he was able to grasp it in advance, its might was truly boundless. 10 days later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He could already begin to condense the 5-element ring. He condensed the 5 stars and flew out. Immediately, several large mountains were completely penetrated by him. The incision was even and there were no cracks. This move was very powerful, which made Lin Xian very happy. Moreover, this 5 stars also had a special characteristic, which was that it could be nurtured within one's body. It was similar to a law weapon, but it took less time to nurture. After a month or 2, or even a few days of training, he would be able to use the 5-element ring once. Its power was quite terrifying. Someone actually came. Lin Xian was surprised. He wasn't far from the bronze door, so he could sense that someone was coming. It seemed that someone had also found the bronze door here. Look who it is. He glanced over, and then his expression became extremely interesting. It was actually them. Lin Xian was too surprised. With a sway of his body, he charged forward. A few figures streaked across the sky. The power of thunder on these people was abnormally terrifying. Unexpectedly, instead of finding Lin Wudi, they found the bronze door. It was really an unexpected surprise. He would mark this place and report it to senior brother Lei Zhen. A man appeared in the sky. It was Wang Xiao. Beside him were a few fellow disciples from Thunder God City. There were a total of 5 people. They looked at the bronze door with incomparable joy. Senior brother Wang, since we've already found it, why don't we go in and see what's inside? We'll have a goal and motivation in the future. Someone next to him laughed. Wang Xiao also nodded. That's right, let's go in and see. They flew forward. At this moment, Wang Xiao's body was surrounded by nearly 200 Dao flowers. It was exceptionally magnificent. It seemed that these days he had killed many people. Obediently hand over the Dao flowers on your body, and I can leave you with an intact corpse. At this moment, a voice sounded in the sky. After everyone heard it, they were stunned and then angry. Courting death. Who dared to rob them? Did they want to die? We're from Thunder God City. Get out here. Wang Xiao sneered, his eyes sweeping in all directions. The next moment, he froze. It's you. The others were also stunned. Lin Wudi. They were really stunned. Ha ha ha, what an unexpected surprise. Wang Xiao laughed. Not only did he find the bronze door, but he also found Lin Wudi. One had to know that this mission was to find Lin Wudi. Kid, Do you know that we've been looking for you all over the world? You actually didn't hide obediently and still dared to be arrogant in here. What Lin Wudy? He's nothing. One of Thunder God's cities, people sneered. He didn't even have a Dao flower on him. Could it be that his original had been robbed by someone else? These people sneered again and again. Wang Xiao narrowed his eyes. I originally wanted to take the Dao flowers on you, but I didn't expect you to have no value at all. Of course, some people frowned. After all, Lin Wudy's reputation was too great. Senior Brother Wang, should we hurry and send a message to Senior Brother Lei Zhen and have him come? Wang Xiao waved his hand. There was no hurry. Lin Wudy was just a legend. How could he be the one to do it? At this moment he had infinite confidence. He had more than 200 Dao flowers on him, which was a symbol of his strength. Lin Wudy didn't even have one on him. Such a person wasn't worthy of his senior brother's attack. He could deal with him. Kid, kneel on the ground obediently and hand over your secrets. Then, wait for my senior brother's arrival. Wang Xiao looked at him disdainfully. The experts at the side also sneered. Brat, you dare to go against our Thunder God city with just you? Today, we'll send you to hell. Sigh, a group of ignorant people. Lin Xian girl, since you don't know what's good for you, I'll give you a big gift. With a wave of his hand, the 5 stars ring appeared in his hand, and he threw it forward. Boom! The 5 stars ring flickered between heaven and earth. Not good. Senior brother, be careful. Thunder God's people are facing a great enemy. Wang Xiao snorted. A sacred artifact? Do you think I'm afraid of you? He opened his mouth and spat out a lightning ball. It suddenly expanded into the size of a small mountain, blooming in the sky with a destructive aura. This was a lightning ball, a peerless ability that could even block a sacred artifact, so he wasn't afraid at all. Poof! The 5 elements ring jumped and tore the lightning ball apart, then blasted Wang Xiao's body. How was that possible? Wang Xiao's pupils constricted. His lightning ball was torn apart in an instant. What frightened him even more was that the 5 elements ring's power was far beyond his imagination. With a hong sound, he was sent flying, moreover broken at the waist, split in half. Chapter 3862. This scene seemed to be frozen in time. The people of Thunder God City were completely stunned. Ah! Wang Xiao let out an angry roar. His eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. The other party had cut him in half at the waist with a single blow. How was this possible? He was a top genius with more than 200 Dao flowers on him. These were all symbols of his strength. The other party didn't even have a single Dao flower on him. How could he compete with him? However, the outcome of the matter was far beyond his expectations. Even Lin Xian was shocked. He knew that the 5-element ring was powerful, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. This strike had actually pierced through a top-notch expert. This is great. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. If he placed the 5-element ring in his body and cultivated it for a while, then he might be able to pierce through the chief disciple. As expected of the Destined Star, it was indeed a peerless ability. So this is your strength. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? I have to say you're courting death. Lin Xian looked at the other party and sneered. Damn it! Wang Xiao's body quickly reassembled. His wounds came into contact with countless lightning runes. His eyes burst out with cold killing intent. You actually dared to trick me. He guessed that the thing just now was definitely not ordinary. It was very likely a terrifying saint artifact, or the other party's trump card. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to hit him. I was careless just now. Now, I'll let you know what it's like to live a life worse than death. Endless thunderbolts gathered in his hand, forming a thunderbolt bow. Then a thunderbolt arrow appeared in his hand, and thunderbolts exploded all over his body. He pulled the bow and released the arrow. In an instant, the sound of thunder rang out. The arrow turned into a lightning dragon and rushed forward. Countless Dao flowers surrounded it. It was abnormally terrifying. Lightning Feather Arrow was a killing ability. It seemed that Wang Xiao was really angry and wanted to kill him in an instant. In the distance, the other people of Thunder God City also revealed cold smiles. Their little senior brother Wang was serious now. Killing the other party in an instant was as easy as pie. "Kid, you can't escape. My lightning arrow won't come back until it's stained with blood." Wang Xiao laughed in the air. However, to his surprise, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. Damn it, was he looking down on him? Wang Zhao's face turned cold. No one dared to underestimate him. He would make the other party pay a painful price. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Lin Xian floated in the air. His body blossomed with light. The 9 suns' divine flame danced and turned into golden crows that surrounded him. This scene was extremely terrifying and strange. Those golden crows spread their wings and circled around, bringing with them powerful flames. When the thunder feather arrow flew into the sea of fire, its speed instantly slowed down. In the end, he was even entangled by countless golden crows, unable to move forward at all. Lin Xian, on the other hand, stretched out 2 hands and gently caught the flying feather arrow between his fingers. Then he looked ahead with a disdainful smirk. "This is the peerless divine ability you were talking about? You want to use something like this to take my life? I say, is your brain flooded with water?" A disdainful voice rang out, causing Thunder God to be dumbfounded. How could this be? Why wasn't Lin Xian injured at all? Wang Xiao was also stunned. He could not believe that Lin Xian had broken his peerless divine ability so easily. "Ah, I want you dead. I must kill you." Thunder surged on Wang Zhao's body. His big bow kept flickering with light. Arrows flew out one after another. 9 arrows danced in the air. Each arrow was more powerful than the previous one. Lin Xian also made a move. His terrifying palm covered the sky. At the same time, a terrifying sword qi flew out from his body to contend with it. The two fought fiercely. Lin Xian's physique was simply too valiant. It swept through all 4 directions. Those arrows were all slapped away by his big hand. His sword qi was unparalleled. The unparalleled sword bloomed in the air and split the remaining arrows. After 100 moves, Wang Xiao was smashed into pieces and fled in panic. What followed was a merciless pursuit. After 200 moves, Wang Xiao was like a dead dog, lying on the ground. The other 4 people from Thunder God City were completely stupefied. Their senior brother Wang Xiao had been seriously injured by someone and had been thoroughly sealed. "Damn it, is this Lin Wudi already so terrifying? Quick, send a message." They instantly sent the message out. At the same time, they roared crazily, "Damn kid, let go of our senior brother. That is, kneel down and accept your death. Kid, you are too arrogant. I have already sent a message to our chief senior brother. When our senior brother Leijin arrives, it will be the time of your death." Pum! Ah! Lin Xian did not reply. Instead, he made a move. How could these 4 Thunder God City martial artists be his opponent? Although they were all Heaven's prides, they were beaten miserably at this moment. They fell to the ground like dead dogs and were stepped on by Lin Xian. Lei Zhan is coming? What a surprise! Well, I will give him a big gift here. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Before entering the Heavenly Fate Star, there were a few people who were very arrogant. They said that they would kill him if he entered the Heavenly Fate Star. Today, he wanted to see how these people would kill him. Wang Xiao and the 4 sages of Thunder God City were completely suppressed by him with the 5 Elements Mountain. He started to set up a formation around him. He also released the remaining half of the flame of the Great Sage Pagoda and merged it into the formation. Feeling the terror of the flame, Wang Xiao and the others from Thunder God City felt their scalps go numb. Damn it! Lin Xian still had such a trump card. Wang Zhao's face was pale. Previously, he was not convinced and thought that Lin Xian was careless. But now, seeing the flame, his face completely changed. If Lin Xian had used this flame from the start, He would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. His ending would be worse than now. Why was Lin Xian so strong? When he saw Lin Xian before, he was confident that he could kill him. Suddenly he had a thought. Could it be that Lin Xian had entered the Bronze Gate? That must be it. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. Why was he so stupid before? There was a bronze gate nearby, and Lin Xian didn't have a single Dao flower on him. It was obvious that he'd just entered the gate and exchanged for a treasure. It was laughable that he'd thought Lin Xian couldn't obtain a Dao flower because he was too weak. What a huge irony. This wrong judgment not only harmed him, it might even harm their entire Thunder God City. Could senior brother Lei Zhan withstand it? To tell the truth, they didn't have much confidence. On the other side, Lei Zhan stopped flying and looked at the formation in his hand. His eyes shone with a piercing light. What's wrong, senior brother? The surrounding sages of the Thunder God City also stopped, their faces filled with doubt. Chapter 3863. Lei Zhan let out a cold smile. He had found that lad. When the sages of Thunder God City heard this, they were shocked as well. Was it that Lin Wuti? That was great. They had finally found him. Senior brother Lei, what should we do now? Are we still going to the Golden Palace? Some of them asked. Lei Zhan thought for a moment and said, the Golden Palace was definitely not an easy place to attack. Even if we were to delay for a while, it wouldn't matter. Let's go and kill this Lin Wuti first. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to swallow this anger in my heart. All right, senior brother, we got it. These sages of Thunder God City started forming seals with their palms. Lightning surged from their bodies. One of them took out a saint weapon, forming a huge lightning bolt that wrapped around everyone. Thereafter, the lightning bolt tore through the void and flew into the distance. Below, there were a few people who were tearing each other apart, reaching an abnormally intense state. Suddenly, at this time, they all felt their blood run cold. They all stopped. They looked up into the sky. An intense crack appeared in the sky, and a boundless black aura spread out. What was that? These people were shocked. It was as though a lightning bolt had struck them. It couldn't be, right? Was that a heavenly tribulation? Perhaps it was the people of Thunder God City. They weren't the only ones. Following that, wherever he went, those people were all stunned. The aura of this lightning bolt was way too scary. Furthermore, it was so fast. Just what was going on? They had no idea. In fact, they couldn't even catch up to this lightning bolt, even if they wanted to. They could only guess. Thunder God City's top disciple, Lei Zhan, should be the one who possessed such power, right? That was the legendary Thunder Spirit body. On the other side, near the Bronze Gate, Lin Xian was cultivating while waiting. After waiting for a long time, he stood up and said impatiently, "Did you guys send the wrong message? Send it to me again. Why isn't your senior brother here yet?" The people of Thunder God City were stunned. What the F***CK? Was this lad in a hurry to die? Or was he trying to kill their senior brother? Looking at the surrounding true skills and flames, they spat out saliva. Damn it! Senior brother, please don't come. They were praying in their hearts. Lin Xian directly grabbed a person's head and coldly asked. That person was so scared that he almost fainted. He wanted to resist, but after 2 slaps, his face was smashed. Next, Lin Xian began to torture these people. These people from Thunder God City were tortured to the point that they wished they were dead. Damned brat, kill me if you have the guts. Wang Shao screamed crazily. He had never been tortured like this in his life. Humph, you think I'll let you go? Killing you is a must, but I won't kill you so easily. When I'm done with the torture, I need to find a few more spectators. I will let you personally witness your senior brother Lei Zhan die by my hands. After that, I will send you all to hell. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. This was truly a demon king, making them feel a deep sense of despair. All of a sudden, they were shocked and raised their heads to look. In the distance, there was a huge crack that was spreading rapidly. extending all the way to the vicinity. Too fast. What was that? It's Thunderbolt. It's our Thunderbolt, divine boat. These people screamed. Our senior brother is here. Wang Zhao's eyes were blazing with passion. Great, senior brother Lei Zhan is here. Brat, your time of death is here. I will return the torture that you have inflicted on us 100 times, 10,000 times. I will let you know what it means to wish you were dead. They screamed crazily, but what welcomed them was Lin Xian's foot. Lin Xian stomped on their faces. At the same time, he stood up and looked at the sky. Is it finally here? A cold smile appeared on his face. The hunt was about to begin. That huge lightning was actually Thunder God City. It was a spiritual boat that was formed by a powerful sacred art. It was called the Lightning Spiritual Boat. Its speed was extremely fast. At this moment, the Thunder God Sage in the Lightning Spiritual Boat said, Senior brother has arrived at the destination. Lei Zhan opened his eyes, and endless light burst out from them. Follow me. He waved his hand, and a group of people walked out of the Lightning Spiritual Boat. They stood in the void, looking disdainfully at the surroundings. They were like a group of gods descending from the sky. But soon, someone frowned. What was going on? Why was there no one to welcome them? Where was Wang Xiao? They were dissatisfied. This Wang Xiao was getting more and more arrogant recently. Could it be that he did not even put their senior brother in his eyes? Even a trace of dissatisfaction surfaced in Lei Zhan's eyes. However, when they looked down at the scene below, they were stunned. What was going on? They realized that their Thunder God Sage's men were lying on the ground, wailing in pain. They were tortured beyond recognition. Among them, Wang Xiao was one of them. Their Thunder God City's men were seriously injured by someone. These people were instantly stunned. They stared at a figure standing below. It was a figure that looked like a demon. Lin Wudi. They almost roared. Lei Zhan's eyes instantly turned red, and a biting, cold-killing intent surrounded him. You dare to hurt my men? He was really angry. Lin Xian snorted. You guys are finally here. I have been waiting impatiently. Get down here and die. They lined up in a row and kowtowed to admit their mistakes. He waved his hand, not putting the group of experts in his eyes. Damn it! Damn it! The Thunder God Sage's men were so angry that they vomited blood. Lei Zhan's face was also gloomy. His identity was so noble. Who dared to treat him like this? Even those elders did not dare to reprimand him. Go down and save our men. Don't touch this Lin Wudi. I want to kill him with my own hands. Lei Zhan waved his hand. Suddenly, 3 figures rushed down, wanting to save Wang Xiao and the rest. Lin Xian made a move. 3 sword lights flew out, instantly splitting the bodies of the 3. You guys dare to save people in front of me? What a joke. Let Lei Zhan do it himself. Lin Xian snorted. The 3 souls fled in panic. Damn it. They were too frightened. The other party had destroyed their bodies in an instant. At the same time, they realized that the other party had stretched out a golden hand, wanting to grab their souls. Eldest senior brother, save me. The 3 of them screamed for help. Lei Zhan was also angry. You are courting death. How dare you hurt my men in front of me? It was unforgivable. He roared. Endless lightning struck down from the sky like a lightning tribulation. If you dare to attack, I will tear you into pieces. Lin Xian sneered. You are not qualified to threaten me. His golden hand blocked the lightning that filled the sky. At the same time, golden light blades shot out from his eyes, killing the 3 souls. The 3 souls screamed. They wanted to escape, but Lin Xian's Tianji divine ability was so powerful that they were instantly destroyed. Chapter 3864. Is he dead? The sages of Thunder God City in the sky were completely stunned. Their companion had been killed so easily. At this moment they felt fear once again. After Lin Xian killed the 3 of them, he sneered. Who do you think you are? Do you think everyone has to listen to you? Do you think you can attack just because you want to? Let me tell you that you don't have the final say in this world. Lei Zhen was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He couldn't stand Lin Fan's provocation. Soon, the anger on his face disappeared and was replaced by coldness. Kid, are you trying to provoke me? Unfortunately, it's useless. I've been through hundreds of battles and killed my way up. The battles I've experienced are not something an ant like you can imagine. This kind of provocation has no effect on me. Today, I'll kill you and use your blood to pay tribute to my thunder god spirit. One had to admit that Lei Zhen was too strong and his martial will was very firm. He recovered his state of mind so quickly. Indeed, he was a tough opponent. However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid. He didn't intend to break down his opponent mentally. What he wanted to do was to crush him in terms of strength. Is that so? If you want to attack, then attack. I heard that you have a thunder spirit body. I wonder what's so special about your blood. After I kill you, I'll suck your blood dry and use it to cook a pot of golden crow soup. It should be a delicacy. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a cold smirk. The others felt their scalps go numb when they heard that. Go to hell. Lei Zhen couldn't hold it in anymore. Even if he had a firm mind, he was still furious when he heard Lin Fan's words. He roared and lightning bloomed all over his body. His long hair danced in the wind. At this moment, he was like a god. He was dazzling. The thunder god sages around him retreated frantically. They knew how strong the thunder array was. Once they started fighting, the entire world would be destroyed. Now that Lin Wudi dared to act so recklessly, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. Boom! Lei Zhen made his move. His palm was filled with endless lightning law. A terrifying power surged like a sea of lightning, pressing down from the sky. Boom! Lin Xian was fearless. He rushed forward with his golden fist and attacked his opponent. Their attacks collided in the sky, causing the void to explode in an instant, causing countless large cracks to appear. The terrifying power of thunder and fire intertwined in all directions. The thunder god's people frantically retreated. This power was beyond their imagination. As for those who were sealed below, they were sent flying. Among them, the bodies of 4 people from the Thunder God City were torn apart in an instant. Their souls were also completely annihilated by the collision of this energy. He was also heavily injured and flew into the distance. Lin Xian glanced at it and frowned slightly. He'd long since taken their Dao flowers. Now he had nearly 300 of them. However, what made him frown was that the lightning array was so cruel that it didn't care about the lives of its fellow disciples. That man kept saying that he was going to avenge his junior brother. Yet when he attacked, he ended up affecting these people with his battle. Lei Zhen didn't even blink when the people of Thunder God City died. Even Wang Xiao didn't seem to care at all. This showed that he was an extremely selfish person. He only cared about his own interests. Everything else was fleeting. Such a person, coupled with his powerful strength, could be said to be extremely dangerous. Lin Xian sneered. How despicable. You keep saying that you're going to avenge your people, but in the end, the 4 of you who died were all killed by you. Kid, they all died because of you. So I'll cut off your head and offer it to them as a sacrifice to the heavens. Lei Zhen wasn't affected at all. He attacked crazily again. At this moment, he was truly like a god wrapped in endless lightning, dazzling and resplendent. This lightning was much more terrifying than the lightning of ordinary Thunder God City. That was because he had a lightning spirit body. He was born for lightning. As expected, the cultivators of Thunder God City were also trembling. Although Lei Zhen's previous actions had chilled their hearts, they didn't dare to say anything. However, no one dared to say anything. That was because the opponent's physique was simply too special. His strength was simply too violent. Even in the holy city, Lei Zhen's attacks were also wild. It was common for him to injure his own comrades. They didn't dare to resist. Lin Xian was also dignified. He couldn't help but admit that his opponent was too strong. Among the top geniuses, there weren't many who could resist this kind of lightning aura. Buzz! Lin Xian's body shone brightly. Endless golden flames rushed to the 9 heavens. At the same time, the black Qilin tattoo appeared on his body. It was as if the Qilin was resurrected. It was a kind of extreme yang energy that could tear the 9 heavens apart. At this moment, Lin Xian had turned into a god of war. In the distance, the cultivators of Thunder God City who were watching the battle were dumbfounded. To be honest, they didn't dare to believe it. In their opinion, Lei Zhen's lightning spirit body was enough to sweep through everything. There was nothing else that could compare to it. However, the aura that Lin Wuti displayed at this moment was actually so strong. It wasn't any weaker than Lei Zhen. It was really too shocking. Could it be that Lin Wuti also had a supreme physique? Could it be that his physique wasn't any weaker than the lightning spirit body? This was really too shocking. Lei Zhen frowned. There was actually someone who could block his lightning spirit body in terms of physique. He couldn't bear it. Kill! He turned into a stream of light and rushed over. For a long time, he had been the only one in Thunder God City. He was an unparalleled genius. But recently, Thunder God City was filled with legends about Lin Wuti. This made him feel that his light was being taken away by the other party. He couldn't bear it. In this battle, he must kill the other party with his own hands. No matter what kind of physique the other party had, it couldn't be compared to his lightning spirit body. Lei Zhen came, bringing with him a vast sea of lightning. It was a sea of lightning. He was like a god descending. His palm touched the sound of thunder and unleashed a terrifying lightning blade aura. The lightning in the sky was like a small mountain. It was huge and fell from the sky. It was so dense that it covered the sky. It was too terrifying. Although the other party's cultivation was only at the middle stage of the 5th heaven, it was so clear that it seemed like it could tear the sky apart. It was estimated that people of the same realm couldn't even block a single lightning bolt. At this moment, thousands of lightning bolts were attacking Lin Xian together. Would Lin Xian be able to withstand it? Lin Xian's body bloomed with radiance, illuminating the 9 heavens. How could he be afraid of the other party? His physique was also a divine body. Moreover, he had also been through hundreds of battles. He had even experienced more battles than Lei Zhen. The other party dared to look down on him in battle. It was ridiculous. The 9 suns' divine fist drew 9 golden crows, circling between heaven and earth. It was too terrifying. As Lin Xian's divine body grew stronger day by day, the 9 suns' divine body became more and more terrifying. Now, when the fist was used, it was like 9 suns moving freely between heaven and earth. This kind of power made the spectators in Thunder God City feel terrified. Chapter 38:65. Lin Wuti was too strong. He was definitely a formidable opponent. It was no wonder that Wang Xiao and the others were severely injured and tortured to such an extent. Other than Lei Zhen, none of them were a match for Lin Wuti. They could not even take a single punch from him. Boom! 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 Both of their fists collided in the air. Countless lightning blades swept across the sky, and terrifying flames spread out like an ocean. At this moment, it was as if 2 worlds were about to be destroyed. The scene was horrifying. Boom! Boom! After the first blow, both of them continued to attack in all directions. They fought from the mountains to the rivers, and from the sky to the ground. The intensity of the battle was beyond imagination. Each strike caused the void to shatter for millions of miles. In the end, the entire area was blown apart. Far away, the crowd was shivering. Countless roars and cries could be heard as beasts crawled on the ground. At this moment, everyone looked at the place where the endless flames and lightning were spreading. Was this the end of the world? These people were frightened and retreated. The experts from Thunder God City were also dumbfounded. They knew that Lin Wuti was very powerful, but they didn't think that Lin Xian would be able to contend against their lightning array. One had to know that these people had been by Lei Zhen's side all year round, fighting in all directions. Naturally, they knew how strong Lei Zhen was. He was invincible among the younger generation. In fact, Lei Zhen even had a high chance of entering the legendary Pilgrim Board. Such a person's future was definitely limitless. But now he was locked in a fight with Lin Wuti. This made them feel incredulous. Although the two of them were both chief disciples, there was still a huge difference between them. Lin Wuti had only been in Wushuang City for a few years. Even if he was the chief disciple, he could not be any younger. But Lei Zhen, although Lei Zhen was the chief disciple of this generation, he had been the chief disciple for 100 years. The difference between the foundation of both sides was too big. More importantly, Lei Zhen's cultivation was at the middle of the 5th level, and Lin Xian was only at the middle of the 4th level. The difference between both sides was a few levels, but both sides were still tied. What did this mean? Didn't this mean that Lin Wuti's potential was more terrifying than Lei Zhen's? Damn it! What should we do now? The expressions of the experts from the Thunder God City were incomparably ugly. Kill him. He had to kill him. Even if he couldn't kill him, he had to severely injure him. But if that happened, senior brother Lei Zhen would blame him. Some people felt their scalps go numb. A total of 15 people came this time. These people frowned. 6 of them said, "You don't have to do anything. The 6 of us will do it." Could it be that you want to use the 6 divine thunder formation? They said in horror as they resisted the energy shockwaves around them. The 6 of them nodded. That's right, we're in the 6 lightning god formation. As long as we can injure them, we'll be doing senior brother Thunder God a huge favor. This kind of person is not only senior Lei Zhen's enemy, but also our Thunder God City's 1,000-year-old enemy. We can't let him continue to be arrogant. After discussing for a while, the 6 of them quickly made their moves. These 6 people were all mid-stage, 5th heavenly layer experts. Of course, their strength couldn't be compared with Lei Zhen's. Compared to Wang Xiao and the others, they were only slightly weaker. It could be said that they were all elite and terrifying core disciples. At this moment, the 6 of them joined forces and formed a formation called the 6 Lightning God Formation. The formation was able to increase their strength to an unimaginable level. Therefore, they wanted to sneak up on Lin Wuti. They were confident that they could succeed. The 6 of them quickly turned into streams of light in the air and charged towards Yuwu. The battle in front of them was very intense. Lei Zhen was extremely shocked. At the same time, his heart was filled with a strong killing intent. His opponent's cultivation was much higher than his, but his strength wasn't any weaker than his. This kind of person frightened him. If he gave him a few 100 years to grow, he would be terrible. Therefore, he had to kill him. Suddenly, he frowned. He naturally felt that someone was secretly attacking. It was the 6 Lightning God Formation. Was it the people he brought here? Were these people trying to frame him? To be honest, if it was under normal circumstances, Lei Zhen would definitely be angry. Why would he need to use such despicable means when he was standing with others? However, at this time he had a trace of selfishness. He didn't care. He even hoped that his subordinates could injure Lin Xian through the 6 Lightning God Formation. He wanted to kill Lin Wuti too much. Therefore, he didn't stop them. On the other side, Lin Xian sneered. Did they really think that he wouldn't be prepared for a sneak attack? When the 6 of them approached, he immediately activated the array formation. The terrifying flames of 100,000 volcanoes pierced through the void and enveloped the 6 of them. The 6 of them were completely enveloped by the flames. They screamed like pigs being slaughtered. Damn it, he had a formation. This kid had actually put up a defense in advance. They were extremely frightened. Damn it, come back quickly. The 9 people watching the battle from afar also exclaimed in shock. They didn't expect Lin Wuti to have set up a formation in advance. Damn it. Why didn't Wang Xiao and the others warn them? Suddenly, they remembered that Wang Xiao and the others had already been killed by the lightning god's energy. How could they warn them? The 6 of them screamed miserably and rolled in the air. They ran quickly. At this moment, they couldn't care less about the assassination. They could only escape. However, the power of the flames was far beyond their imagination. Even if they were top powerhouses, they couldn't withstand it. Senior brother, save us. The 6 of them began to cry for help. At this time, only Lei Zhen could save them. Lei Zhen's expression was extremely ugly. Damn it, a bunch of trash. Even a sneak attack couldn't succeed. How did he raise a bunch of useless subordinates? However, those people were all top geniuses and core disciples of the sacred city. They were very obedient to him. Although angry, Lei Zhen still decided to save them. He stretched out a palm. On it, there was a terrifying aura of the path of lightning. It crossed the void and enveloped the 6 of them. He wanted to put out the flames on the 6 of them. However, at this time, Lin Xian seized the opportunity and instantly threw out the 5-element ring. Buzz! The 5-element ring cut through the void and shuttled between heaven and earth. Suddenly, it appeared in front of Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen's pupils constricted. Not good. He felt a sense of danger, and in a panic he dodged. He cultivated the path of lightning. In addition to the violent power of lightning, it also had extreme speed. Therefore, his speed was also very fast. However, the 5-element ring was too sudden. In addition, Lin Xian attacked with all his strength. It still hit him in the shoulder. With a boom, his shoulder was directly smashed open, and his entire body flew backward. A roar sounded between heaven and earth. 100,000 black holes bobbed together. Chapter 3866. How could it be? Senior brother Lei Zhen was injured. The 9 people who were watching the battle almost fainted from fright. The 6 people who were being burned by the raging flames were also dumbfounded. They forgot to resist. Impossible. Lin Wudi injured senior brother Lei Zhen? They couldn't believe it. Senior brother. They screamed for the last time and were burned to ashes. Lei Zhen's hair was disheveled, and his face was ferocious. His shoulder was completely blown apart, and one of his arms fell off. Blood dyed his armor red. He was still in a daze because he couldn't believe that Lin Wudi could hurt him. What was that 5-elemental light just now? It was too terrifying. Lei Zhen came back to his senses, and his body trembled with anger. With a roar, boundless lightning condensed, and the broken arm was restored. He quickly charged forward. Kid, you've completely angered me. I wanted to play with you before, but now the game is over. A big bow appeared in his hand, carrying the Tao of heaven and earth. Thunder Feather Bow. It was a real saint artifact. Lei Zhen also took out an arrow. He was going to use the Thunder Feather Arrow. His power was much more terrifying than Wang Zhao's. Buzz! The arrow flew out, and the void shattered. All kinds of strange phenomena erupted. It seemed that he wanted to kill Lin Xian on the spot. Buzz! Lin Xian pulled out the unparalleled sword. The sword vibrated, and he slashed it. At the same time, he sneered. It's useless. I've seen this before. You're not my match. You'd better show me something else. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Lei Zhen was furious. You're courting death. I'm not someone you can compare to. I'll show you the true power of the Thunder Feather Arrow. He stood in the void, and like the god of thunder, he continuously drew the bow. Countless runes of the great Tao flickered around him. Buzz! An arrow flew over, and a sea of lightning descended, about to swallow the world. The second arrow flew over. This time, the merciless lightning intertwined and formed many demonic beasts that rushed over. At the same time, the third arrow came. This time, countless lightning formed many lightning mountains that descended from the sky. In an instant, 3 arrows were shot. This might was enough to shatter the heavens and shatter the earth. Lin Xian also became serious. He had to admit that Lei Zhen was very strong. The power of that arrow surpassed all of Wang Zhao's previous attacks. What's more, 3 arrows were fired at the same time. Did they take it seriously? Good. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a biting cold light. He brandished matchless sword and similarly unleashed 3 sword strikes. A sword came from the west, and a towering divine flame spread in the sky, as if countless golden crows were floating in the sky. The second sword transformed into many giant dragons roaring, their voices shaking the 9 heavens. The third sword was like a wave. It kept surging. These were all waves of sword energy. They were incomparable and carried extremely powerful attacks. The 2 divine abilities collided in the air, exploding with extremely dazzling light. Not good. Retreat quickly. The 9 lightning god experts, watching from afar, quickly retreated. A monstrous power erupted. The destructive aura continued to linger for a long time before it finally dissipated. The 9 lightning gods flew over from the distance. That brat should be dead, right? That's for sure. How could he block the lightning feather arrow? These people flew forward with a cold smile on their faces. Anyone who dared to go against them would definitely die. But just as they flew forward, they heard a roar. Damn it, what's going on? The 9 of them were stunned. They could tell that the voice belonged to Lei Zhen. What could have made Lei Zhen so angry? Then they heard another voice. Your lightning feather arrow is not much. Although it's stronger than Wang Zhao's, that's all there is to it. You want to use it to kill me? You're dreaming. That should be Lin Wudi's voice. How is that possible? The 9 of them spat at him. How is he still alive after such a violent attack? Is Lin Wudi already so heaven-defying? Finally, when they approached, they saw 2 figures in front of them. One was the handsome Lin Xian, who looked like a god of war, and the other was the flustered and exasperated Lei Zhen, who was covered in lightning. That brat is really fine. The 9 of them were stunned. Kill. Lei Zhen could not accept it. He continued to shoot. Lightning feather arrow after lightning feather arrow flew out. Its power was unparalleled. Lin Xian fought with him. Wherever the 2 of them passed, everything was destroyed. The more Lei Zhen fought, the more shocked he became. He realized that his lightning feather arrow could not do anything to his opponent. Go to hell, brat. Suddenly, the power in his body exploded, and a mysterious lightning bolt appeared. The arrow in his hand emitted a dazzling light. Buzz! The power of this arrow surpassed all the previous ones. The 9 of them were shocked. They were first sent flying by the power of the lightning. Then, they cried out in surprise. Great! Senior Brother Thunder God is using the 9 revolutions, divine lightning. He used the secret technique. That brat is dead for sure. Lin Xian was shocked as well. He quickly dodged the attack, feeling shocked. Is it the 9 revolutions, divine lightning? He had seen this secret technique before. Lei Qian had used it before, and he knew 3 revolutions. Previously, Wang Xiao did not have the chance to use it. He was directly defeated and suppressed. Now he saw Lei Zhen use it again. The other party's attainments in secret techniques were also extremely terrifying. This arrow made him shudder with fear and trepidation. Lin Xian also had a secret technique. However, he did not use it immediately. He wanted to test the limits of his physique. With a roar, Lin Xian held the unparalleled sword. His body bloomed with golden light. The long sword in his hand was also dyed golden. It was as if it had turned into a golden sacred sword. With a roar, he split mountains and rivers. There was no technique involved in this sword strike. It was the simplest strike from the sky, and what it used was a violent force. The power of the sword and the power of the physique merged perfectly at this moment. Kill! Boom! Boom! The sword and the arrow collided. This attack emitted a destructive aura. Heaven and earth were destroyed beyond recognition. He should be dead now. The 9 of them exclaimed. Lei Zhen's mouth also curled into a smile. You can't even withstand a single blow. I only used the first revolution of the 9 revolutions, divine lightning. You can't even block it? His eyes were filled with disdain. but soon his pupils constricted. He heard a cold voice in front of him. What thunder secret technique? That's all there is to it. I didn't even use my secret technique for that attack. Lei Zhen, I've said it before. You're no match for me. Hurry up and kneel on the ground. Kowtow and admit your mistake. That brat is still alive. The 9 sages who were watching the battle were dumbfounded. Now, they were all kneeling on the ground in fear. Lei Zhen could not believe it. His face was extremely gloomy. Kill. He attacked again. The arrows flew out, but the power was even more terrifying. They were the first Revolution Divine Arrow, the second Revolution Divine Arrow, and the third Revolution Divine Arrow, especially the last arrow, which contained the power of the third Revolution Divine Lightning. It was really unparalleled. The terrifying lightning aura shook the world. Chapter 3867. The sky shattered and the earth sank. Countless canyons were formed, and countless abysses appeared in the surroundings. Lin Xian countered simply. He used the purest strength to deflect the arrow. He blocked the second arrow, but he was pushed back by the third arrow. His whole body was wrapped in lightning as if it was about to be pierced through. Boom! The power of the divine body erupted again. Mysterious runes flowed on it like a sun. At the same time, the black Qilin appeared and roared at the sky. Lin Xian crashed into countless mountains and shattered countless voids. He stopped with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Third Revolution Lightning. Lin Xian pondered in his heart. Although the 3 revolutions divine lightning had sent him flying, he had only suffered light injuries. He hadn't suffered any serious injuries. In other words, he could block it. He wanted to send the third revolution lightning flying, but with his current physique, it was a little difficult. If the opponent continued to use the fourth revolution lightning, he would not be able to block it. Perhaps his physique would be injured too. In other words, the third revolution lightning would be ineffective against him. Thinking of this, Lin Xian nodded. His physique was stronger than expected, but there was still room for improvement. Kid, you are already injured. You can't even block the third revolution lightning. I can use the fifth revolution lightning. What do you have to compete with me? Lei Zhen strode over like a demon, his hair dancing wildly. The other 9 spectating Thunder God sages were also ecstatic. Great, Lin Wuti was injured. Their senior brother Lei Zhen was better. This victory would belong to them in the end. It's too early for you to be happy. It's just a small injury. It won't affect me at all. Also, let me tell you, I didn't use Wushuang City's secret technique at all. Do you think you are qualified to show a victorious smile in front of me? Lin Xian stood up and snorted. His body flickered with light. The injury had already healed. It can't be right. The 9 spectating thunder gods were all stunned. Did he not use Wushuang City's secret technique? That was impossible. They couldn't believe it. Lei Zhen snorted. Kid, don't deceive yourself. If you didn't use Wushuang City's secret technique, how could you compete with me? What a joke. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. He did not believe it at all. In his opinion, the other party was using psychological tactics to shake his martial will. But how was that possible? His Tao heart was extremely firm. Lin Xian shook his head. He wasn't lying. He was telling the truth. Previously, it was all his strength, but now he could use an unparalleled secret technique. Brat, there's no need to resist. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You can't stop it. You used an unparalleled secret technique, but you were only able to block my third revolution, causing me to use the power of the fourth revolution divine lightning. Let's see how you're going to block it. Lei Zhen raised his hand again, and a thunder feather arrow appeared in his hand. The power of the thunder god revolved around it, emitting a dazzling light. You don't know what you're talking about. Do you really think that your thoughts are the truth? I will tell you how cruel the truth is. Lin Xian took a step forward, his strength exploding. With a slash of his sword, he continuously activated unparalleled secret techniques. Boom! On the other side, Lei Zhen had also made his move, for divine lightning arrows shuttled between the heavens and the earth. Die! Boom, boom! 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 The heavens and the earth were filled with light. The 9 Thunder Sages were sent flying again, vomiting blood. How terrifying! Even if Lin Wuti died, he could still be proud. No matter how powerful he was still defeated by senior brother Lei Zhen. These people sneered. They wanted to cheer, but their necks seemed to be grabbed by someone in an instant. They couldn't make a sound. In the sky filled with lightning, a sword tore open a crack. The pitch-black spatial crack continued to spread, splitting the heavens and the earth in half. Lei Zhen was sent flying. A sword mark appeared on his body, as if it wanted to tear his body in half. How could this be? Was my 4th reincarnation lightning destroyed? Lei Zhen couldn't believe it. His face was filled with shock. The pain was unbearable. With a roar, endless lightning revolved around his body, forming the 5th revolution divine lightning. Block it! A terrifying force rushed out of his body, sending the terrifying sword chi flying. Boom! 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 He stopped, gasping for breath. Blood dripped from his body, but his wounds quickly healed. His handsome face was unusually pale as he raised his head abruptly. His long and narrow eyes stared straight ahead like lightning. Damn kid, I want you dead. 5th revolution, divine lightning, with an aura that could destroy everything. It was as if it would kill any god or Buddha that stood in its way. Nothing could stop it. Buzz. On the other side, Lin Xian didn't say anything. There was only one word in his mind, and that was to kill. With the unparalleled sword in his hand, he continuously used the unparalleled secret technique. Previously, he had activated the unparalleled secret technique 3 times stronger to block the 4th revolution divine lightning. Now he attacked again. Soon, he activated the unparalleled secret technique 5 times stronger. A ray of sword light shook the heavens and earth, shining in all directions. At this moment, everyone lost their splendor. Lei Zhen's pupils violently shrank as his face became incomparably ugly. This was because this sword strike made his hair stand on end. With a bung sound, he was blasted flying outwards. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, his body continuously breaking apart into pieces. Ah! A frenzied roar sounded between heaven and earth. In the distance, the 9 spectators felt their scalps go numb. How could senior brother Lei Zhen be injured? No, they couldn't believe it. They were all crazy. The 5th revolution divine lightning was so terrifying. Once the divine lightning was used, no one could block it. But now, Lin Wuti had seriously injured him, and even his body had been destroyed. How strong was Lin Wuti? Could it be that no one could subdue him? The 5th revolution divine lightning was just SOSO. Could Lin Wuti use the 6th revolution divine lightning? Lin Xian looked to the front like a god, looking down on everything with his eyes. Ah, the fragments of the body quickly healed and reformed into Lei Zhen's body. Lei Zhen was extremely ugly. Was he defeated by his opponent? He couldn't believe it. He was crazy. He must use the 6th revolution divine lightning. However, his body that had just healed suddenly ruptured. No, the 6th revolution divine lightning wasn't that easy to condense. With his current physique, he couldn't withstand the power of the lightning at all. Perhaps before he could kill anyone, he would be crushed by this power. Senior brother Lei Zhen, you can't. Yes, you can't use the secret technique rashly. The 9 spectators in the distance also exclaimed. Although Lei Zhen was a lightning spirit, the secret technique of Thunder God City was too terrifying. If he used it forcefully, he might be killed. Senior brother, he must have entered the bronze door and obtained the fortune inside. That's why he's so strong. Yes, senior brother, push it away first and find another bronze door. After you enter, You'll definitely be able to defeat him," someone exclaimed in the distance. Chapter 3868. Lei Zhen calmed down as well. "Just you wait, kid. The humiliation you brought me this time, I'll return it 100 times, 1,000 times over. I'll tear you to pieces." With that, Lei Zhen turned and shot into the sky, intending to leave. Who were the other 9 people with? It seemed they didn't want to fight anymore. None of them were Lin Wudi's match. "You want to leave just like that? Leave your heads behind." Lin Xian snorted coldly as the sword qi between heaven and earth surged over like waves. "You're courting death." Lei Zhen was enraged. Fifth revolution, lightning flashed between heaven and earth, forming a sea of lightning to contend with the sword energy. The 9 people were also roaring crazily. "That damned brat, he was going too far. Let's kill him together." Someone rushed out in a frenzy. "Go to hell if you don't know what's good for you." Lin Xian activated another formation. Flames rushed over like 100,000 flaming mountains, erupting between heaven and earth. "Damn it, he still has that kind of fire. There's a formation here. Let's run." The 9 saints were instantly burned by the flames. They screamed in agony. In fact, even Lei Zhen was enveloped by the flames. The flames made his eyelids twitch. He could only use his 5th revolution, lightning, to defend himself. Blue tide rising. A terrifying eye technique appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. It swept toward the 9 saints. The 9 saints' souls were struck by the attack. They could have resisted for a while, but now they were burned miserably by the flames. They didn't have the energy to resist at all. In an instant, they were gravely injured. The 9 saints clutched their heads and screamed in the air. Their bodies were on fire, emitting black smoke. "Damn it, stop. We admit defeat. Please, Demon King, spare our lives." The 9 saints screamed crazily. "Damn it, don't beg for mercy." Lei Zhen roared. It was too humiliating, but the 9 saints were scared out of their wits. "We're willing to hand over all of our Dao flowers." The Dao flowers on their bodies flew out. They wanted to trade for their lives, but Lin Xian didn't relent. "Humph, I want the Dao flowers. Do I need them? I can get it myself." With a wave of his hand, he grabbed all of the Dao flowers in the sky. At the same time, his other hand transformed into tens of thousands of golden warriors, which burned together in the world. He was instantly sent flying. 5 of them had their bodies shattered, while the other 4 coughed out mouthfuls of blood as their bodies shattered. "Run!" The 4 of them seized the opportunity and quickly fled. They burned everything. Some of them even used 3rd Revolution Divine Thunder, while others used 4th Revolution Divine Thunder to escape for their lives. As for the other 5 people, they screamed. One of them decisively abandoned his physical body and rode on a lightning bee to break through the void. The other 4 also wanted to escape. However, Lin Xian smacked it down again with boundless divine fire. The great spear of destruction flew out and sliced the 4 people in half at the waist. The souls of the 4 people were also shattered. Then, Lin Xian turned to look at Lei Zhen. "You want to leave? Leave your Dao flower behind." He killed his way out. The great Dao haunt on Lei Zhen's body was very plentiful, making him extremely jealous, because the other party had condensed 500 Dao flowers on his body. He really didn't know how the other party had condensed them. "Damn it, how dare you!" Lei Zhen roared crazily. The 500 Dao flowers were his foundation. He still wanted to enter the bronze door and exchange for treasures. How could he give them up? He attacked crazily. The 5th Revolution Divine Thunder formed a terrifying blade light in the sky that flashed in all directions. Lin Xian used the terrifying 9 Suns Divine Fist to contend with it. The 2 collided continuously, as if 2 worlds were constantly fighting. At this point, both of them were truly enraged. Although Lei Zhen had been defeated before, he was still powerful. At this moment, countless mysterious runes appeared on his body. Even his bloodline power was burning. On the other side, Lin Xian kept triggering unparalleled secret techniques. There was even a dragon's roar in his body. When the dragon-shaped sword qi appeared, its power was even more powerful. It forced Lei Zhen to retreat, and several more cracks appeared on his body. Moreover, he couldn't erase the sword qi in a short time. Damn it, how was this possible? His opponent still had a trump card? Lei Zhen was terrified. He'd never seen this sword qi before. Just as he was in a daze, he roared, his heart bleeding. This was because the unparalleled sword had enveloped him with sword qi, cutting down all the Dao flowers around him. He felt as if a force had been forcibly extracted from his body. He wanted to redeem himself, but the sword cut off his arm. Damn kid, I won't rest until you're dead. Lei Zhen tore open the void and fled. Lin Xian grabbed the 500 Dao flowers in the sky and absorbed them into his body. He roared at the sky, sweeping in all directions like a peerless sword god. After defeating Wang Xiao and the others, he'd obtained nearly 400 Dao flowers, enough for 9 people at home. And Lei Zhen's 500. At this moment, he had 1,600 Dao flowers on him. As he walked, he brought with him a strange phenomenon. With so many Dao flowers, Lin Xian finally felt the effect. His nomological laws were automatically cultivating. The laws they cultivated were not complete. They needed to continuously evolve and break through to get closer and closer to the heavenly Dao laws. At this moment, under the nourishment of these 1,600 Dao flowers, he didn't need to deliberately cultivate. His laws were improving. What a wondrous feeling! Lin Xian let out a look of astonishment as he sensed this astonishing change. He wondered what it would be like to condense 3,000 Dao flowers. 3,000 Dao flowers were enough to form a heavenly Dao golden lotus. He wondered how fast the heavenly Dao golden lotus would allow his nomological laws to cultivate. Even though Lin Xian was immersed in this miraculous cultivation, it was only for 5 days. 5 days later, he stood up and prepared to go to the bronze door. He was going to go in and exchange for some treasures. To be honest, he was a little reluctant. This feeling of cultivation was wonderful. However, exchanging for treasures was more important. After all, he had seen the treasures inside the bronze door. They were really too many. If he didn't make a move now, he wouldn't have a chance in the future. It seemed that this was also a choice, whether to cultivate laws or exchange for treasures. Everyone's choice was different. Lin Xian streaked across the void and flew towards the bronze door. There were few people around, but there were still some people. Some people also found the bronze door. Some went in to exchange, some came out, wild with joy. There were also some people waiting for their companions. Suddenly they all looked up. What was that? In the next moment, they were dumbfounded, their eyeballs almost falling out. Chapter 38:69. Heavens, there are so many Dao flowers. There must be at least 1,000 of them. More than that. 1,600. Who was this? Was it Lei Zhen who had condensed 1,600 Dao flowers? Or 9-headed Qilin? It could be the 7th prince of the Sun Crows, or the chief disciple of the Grand Desolation Mansion. The crowd discussed fervently. It was too shocking. It was already shocking enough that they had 100 Dao flowers. It was enough to make their eyes red with envy. Most of them had dozens of flowers and were considered experts. However, compared to the other party's 1,600 flowers, they were like fireflies that could be ignored. Wait, none of them. That person seemed to be the Demon King. Someone cried out in alarm. The others could only hope to see him, but then they gasped. Run. The Demon King is here. They ran away like madmen. Hey, what's going on? Don't run. The people who came out of the bronze door were displeased. What the hell? Why did their companions run away? Didn't they say they would leave together? In the next moment, they were so scared that they almost wet their pants. Damn it, wasn't that the Demon King? 1,600 Dao flowers. They were terrified beyond belief. At this moment, They finally understood why their companions had decided to flee. How many people had the Demon King killed to create so many Dao flowers? We don't have any more Dao flowers, Demon King. Don't attack us, Demon King. They looked like they were about to face a great enemy. Lin Xian glanced at them, then shook his head. He wasn't interested. They heaved a sigh of relief. That was a disregard for them. If anyone else had said that, they would have been furious. But the great Demon King's words made them delighted. They were so emotional that they were about to cry. Sometimes being weak was also a kind of luck. Many thanks to the great Demon King for showing mercy. The few of them were deeply grateful. They bowed and hurriedly left. Lin Xian took a deep breath and walked through the bronze door again. When he pushed open the door and entered for the second time, Lin Xian was still shocked. "We meet again, young man. You're here already?" The bronze emissary chuckled in front of him. Suddenly, he paused, then revealed a look of surprise. 1,600 Dao flowers? You're really surprising. To be honest, during this period of time, he had also received many people who came to exchange. There were very few people who could exchange for 100 flowers, and those who could exchange for 200 flowers were even rarer. Lin Xian brought 350 flowers on his first trip, which was almost impossible. Now, Lin Xian had returned with 1,600 flowers. "Tell me your name, young man." "Junior Lin Wudi." "Lin Wudi, this is the title you gave yourself, right? You are indeed ambitious." "Lin Wudi, you're the first to successfully condense 1,000 Dao flowers, so you've broken another record. You're entitled to special privileges." Did he break another record? Lin Xian was surprised. Of course. He knew that this record was different from a few hundred years ago. Instead, it was after they opened it this time. What a pleasant surprise. I wonder how much discount I can get this time? Is it still the same as the first time? Half off? If that was the case, he would be rich. He would be able to exchange for even more valuable items. The bronze emissary waved his hand, summoning the barrier once again. The treasures were arranged in order. At the same time, he said, "Since you've broken the record, you have an additional privilege. That is, in addition to the items you can exchange for, you can also exchange for items that are not on the list. You can make requests of me. I will satisfy your corresponding requests based on the number of Dao flowers you have. You can make additional requests." Lin Xian froze, a look of surprise on his face. Then he became overjoyed. This meant that he had more choices. But soon he was surprised. The corresponding request meant that he couldn't ask for a sky-high price. He could only ask for the price of 1,600 Dao flowers. Still, this was incredible. "What is your choice?" the bronze emissary asked. Lin Xian began to think. He looked at the barrier in front of him. With his current Dao flowers, he could exchange for more powerful combat arts than the 5 element rings. He could also obtain more precious pills. Of course, he could also make his own requests. That would be more suitable for him. His unique skills, cultivation base, and swordsmanship were currently in his possession. Lin Xian thought for a moment, then said, "I want to condense the Edict of Death. Can I?" His physique had just improved. It was unrealistic to improve it again. The same went for the Edict of 5 Elements. In addition, the Dragon Sword Soul and the unparalleled secret technique were also very powerful. However, there was one thing that also had unparalleled potential, but it couldn't keep up with Lin Xian's progress. That was the Taiji incantation. It was something he had discovered in the mist of death and possessed boundless power. But now he couldn't absorb the power of death, and he couldn't advance further. If he could condense the Edict of Death, then the situation would be different. Therefore, Lin Xian was prepared to form new edicts in addition to the 5 elements. The bronze emissary waved his hand, and the barrier disappeared. Then he said in a low voice, "I can send you to a place. Here, you can quickly cultivate the Edict of Death. But whether you can condense it and how powerful it can be depends on your luck. 1,600 Dao flowers will allow you to stay in that place for 3 months. After 3 months, you will be teleported out. Are you willing to go? Yes. Lin Xian nodded solemnly. Good. The bronze emissary stretched out a finger and tapped on Lin Xian's forehead. Endless edict of death filled the air, enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body disappeared in an instant. At the same time, a thunderous voice resounded in the 9 heavens above the entire celestial fate planet. Congratulations to Lin Wudy for being the first to condense 1,000 Tao flowers. The 9 heavens congratulate you, and the world rejoice. He thought of this voice 3 times. Between heaven and earth, countless rays of light scattered. At this moment, everyone on Celestial Fate Planet looked up at the sky. Their eyes widened. What was going on? Who was speaking there? Had Lin Wudy already condensed 1,000 Tao flowers? These people were going crazy. They looked at the dozens and hundreds of Tao flowers on their bodies, and the corners of their mouths began to twitch. They thought they were already amazing, but why did they seem so weak compared to Lin Wudy? Some people really believed it was the Bronze Gate. It was the existence behind the Bronze Gate. This Lin Wudy was too amazing. He actually made the Bronze Gate announce it to the world. Damn it, I'm so angry. In a mountain range, a few people sat there dejectedly. They'd been discussing how to fight back, but when they heard the news, they spat out a mouthful of blood. These people were naturally Lei Zhan and the others. They'd just fled for their lives, but then they heard news of Lin Wudy. Moreover, it was news that the entire world celebrated. To be able to do this, it was definitely the Bronze Gate's doing. Chapter 3870. These people were so angry that their faces almost turned green. They knew that Lin Wudy only had a few hundred Tao flowers. His breakthrough to 1,000 was all because he'd stolen them from them. Damn it, kill him. I'll tear him to pieces. Lei Jin gnashed his teeth, his eyes blazing with killing intent. The princes of the Fiend City, Sun Crow Tribe, and New Moon Tribe all wore cold expressions when they heard the news. We have to speed up. We can't let Lin Wudy continue to be so arrogant. They began a frenzied hunt. The Crimson Dragon, Northern Yao, and the others were shocked. This kid was so fast. The Crimson Dragon was shocked. Northern Yao smiled. Brother Lin was indeed powerful. On the other side, a smile appeared on Murong Qingqing's face. Great, it's Brother Xian. In a mysterious cave, Xun Jingqiu stood in front, lost in thought as she stared at the cave. Suddenly, she heard a voice in the sky and looked up. It was Big Brother Lin Xian. Did Big Brother Lin Xian break a record? It was really too amazing. Qiu had to work hard too. Qiu, I had to keep up with Big Brother Lin Xian. She seemed to have made a decision. Resolutely, she walked into the mysterious cave abode. As for the cave, it rapidly healed itself. Then, it actually disappeared before their eyes. In a swamp, more than 10 demonic beasts were roaring nonstop. A figure stood in the middle of them. It was a very handsome man. Their bodies were stained with blood, but it wasn't theirs. It was the enemy's. They'd hunted down many people in the past few days. These powerful monsters didn't have many Tao flowers, but the man in the middle had 1,200. As he walked, multicolored light and laws fell. It was truly dazzling. Great, it wasn't a waste of effort. His Highness was the first to condense 1,200 Tao flowers. He'll definitely shock the world. One of the monsters laughed. The other person also said, that was natural. He had the Qilin bloodline and the 9-headed heavenly snake bloodline. His natural talent was extraordinary. Who could compare to him? Even Lei Zhan and the Golden Crow Prince are no match for us. If we break the record this time, it will definitely shock the world. At that time, everyone will have to crawl under our feet. These people from the Demon City were very excited. As for the handsome young man in the middle, he had a smile on his face. Although he didn't say anything, there was an incomparably domineering and confident look on his face. He was the 9-headed Qilin, a peerless expert with 9 lives. At this moment, They were flying through the air in the direction of a bronze door. In Destiny World, there was more than one bronze door. They were scattered all over the world, and these people had to search for them. The people of the Demon City knew one of the locations of the bronze gates. At this moment, their speed was extremely fast. Soon, they arrived before the bronze gate. "Your Highness, please go in. We will wait here." The greater demons of the Demon City replied respectfully. The nine-headed Kylan nodded his head and proceeded forward with utmost confidence. He was getting closer and closer to the bronze door. He guessed that once he entered, he would be able to break the record and shock the world, accept the admiration of the world. But when he was a meter away, a voice came from the sky. "Congratulations to Lin Wudy for being the first to condense 1,000 Dao flowers. Congratulations to all of you." The loud voice echoed through the sky. The nine-headed Kylan stopped in his tracks, the smile on his face frozen. Behind him, the peerless greater demons were also dumbfounded. How was this possible? The greater demons came back to their senses and roared wildly. They felt like they'd gone mad. They couldn't believe it. There was actually someone who was one step ahead of them and had already broken the record. Damn it, Lin Wudy. It was him. How had he done it? Had the people of Peerless City been helping him? Impossible. This time, only the younger generation had come from Peerless City. Those old guys hadn't come in. Who was helping him? Could it be the Sky Fiends? The greater demons of the Demon City had all gone mad. As for the 9 Chilins, they stood there without saying a word. His face was terrifyingly dark, and his eyes flashed with shocking killing intent. The void around him was collapsing. He was incomparably furious. He'd been just one step away from entering the bronze door and breaking the record. When the time came, he'd be the one to be shocked and revered by the world. However, when he was only a step away, he stopped abruptly. Someone had beaten him to it. However, there was one person who was one step ahead of him and completed what he wanted to do. This was something he'd never felt before. He was the 9-headed Kylan. How terrifying was his bloodline. He didn't even care about Lei Zhen, the Golden Crow Prince, and the others. As for Lin Wudy, he didn't care about him at all. Although Lin Wudy had killed many greater demons, the 9-headed Kylan still didn't care. In his opinion, he could kill Lin Wudy with a single move. But now this ant in his eyes had actually spoiled his plans. The 9-headed Kylan turned his head and said coldly, "Find Lin Wudy. I'll kill him with my own hands." "Are you all right, Your Highness?" The greater demons felt their scalps go numb. Their Highness hadn't gotten angry or even said anything. However, they could hear the biting, cold, murderous intent in his voice. Perhaps His Highness was truly enraged. How dare he steal my fortune? I'll let him know how the word death is written. The murderous intent in his eyes was unparalleled. The greater demons began to frantically search for Lin Xian's whereabouts. In another place, in the depths of planet Tianming, there was a group of people. These people were also outstanding and had powerful auras. Their faces were also unfamiliar. They were incomparably mysterious. At that moment, they also heard the voice in the sky. One of them laughed. "Lin Wudy? What an arrogant guy. How dare he give himself such a name? Are there any new rising geniuses recently?" Another person frowned. At that moment, a short-haired girl walked over with a formation disc. Many words and images revolved around it. Lin Wudy, the 3rd-generation chief, disciple of Peerless City, had only joined a few years ago. However, it set off a huge wave. Next, all the information about Lin Wudy was revealed. After hearing this, the greater demons revealed a look of surprise. Yes, he was an incredible genius. However, he was too young. It was better to include him in the observation list. Interesting. They didn't expect to add another person to the list in addition to 9-headed Kylan, Lei Zhen, and the Golden Crow Prince. So what? Although these people were geniuses, they were too young. If they fell behind, they would fall behind forever. A tall man walked out with disdain in his eyes. Chapter 3871. If anyone else had heard this, they would have been stunned. Someone was actually disdainful of Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, and the Golden Crow Prince. Was he even human? It was probably a joke. However, no one would dare laugh at him after seeing his situation. That was because he had 1,700 Dao flowers on him. The sky was so bright that no one could open their eyes. None of his companions were weak. All of them had more than 1,500 flowers of the Dao. There were even a few who had more than 2,000 Dao flowers. As expected, another person snorted. Who do they think they are? It's just that we didn't go to the Bronze Gate. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the right to be so arrogant. Enough, don't underestimate them. These geniuses aren't any weaker than us. If they're given the chance, they might soar to the heavens. This time, the Heavenly Fate planet was a perfect opportunity, so he couldn't afford to underestimate it. A man walked out from the front. He had a hazy aura about him, as if he would ascend to immortality at any moment. Beside him were 2,800 Dao flowers. It was simply too shocking. Someone had actually managed to condense so many Dao flowers on celestial fate. He only needed 200 more to form the heavenly Dao Golden Lotus. Just who were these people? Boss, could it be that you still think highly of them? Someone sneered. Our opponents should only be those on the Holy Pilgrim rankings. Those below the Holy Pilgrim rankings are nothing to be afraid of. They're the boss's match, not yours. Another woman began to correct them. The man with the hazy aura stood with his hands behind his back. They couldn't be underestimated. Don't forget, Peerless City has Fu Hongye. Back then, he was also an earth-shattering figure on the Pilgrim rankings. Now, there was another, and he was the chief disciple of Peerless City. This was Fu Hongye's junior brother. He might be able to make waves in the future. That's because Fu Hongye was born a few hundred years earlier than you, boss. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to beat you on the Pilgrim rankings. Enough with the flattery. Let's get to work and form the Heavenly Dao Golden Lotus first. They began to move. There were several groups of people like them. Each of them had nearly 2,800 Dao flowers. They were very close to the Heavenly Dao Golden Lotus. From the looks of it, they wanted to form the Heavenly Dao Golden Lotus and then enter the bronze door to shock the world. These people are doing the same thing. A man in dark blue armor with a stern gaze said coldly, "A mere 1,000 lotuses of the Great Path were nothing to be afraid of. What we need to do is to condense the Heavenly Dao Golden Lotus. I will definitely surpass the others and be the first to condense it." They moved quickly and began to hunt. However, not long after, these people were all stunned. They were even dumbfounded. Even the man with the hazy aura from before was frowning. The mighty man in the dark blue armor was so angry that he roared, shattering the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Another voice rang out in the sky, congratulating the old demon of the Black Mountain for condensing the Heavenly Dao Golden Lotus. At this moment, the entire Heavenly Fate planet was stunned and in an uproar. Now they all knew some secrets. For example, 3,000 flowers of the Great Path could form a golden lotus of the Great Path. It was said that the cultivation effect of the Heavenly Dao Golden Lotus was even better. It was also something that countless people dreamed of. But now someone had done it so quickly, everyone felt that they were going crazy. In particular, the top geniuses on the Pilgrim ranking were also dumbfounded. Who was it? They immediately thought of a few people who were as famous as them. But they realized that it was not them at all. It was not their old enemy, the old demon of the Black Mountain. Who was this old demon of the Black Mountain? They roared crazily. They had never heard of this name. Their subordinates also frowned. To be honest, they were also scared silly. Go and find out who this old demon of the Black Mountain is. For a moment, there was an undercurrent. It could be said that everyone was trying to find out who the old demon of the Black Mountain was. Only 2 people were dumbfounded. The northern demon, the Crimson Dragon. The old demon of the Black Mountain? Oh my God, it can't be that old demon, right? The crimson dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. The northern demon's eyes also flickered. Was it really his master? Thinking about it, it should be only him. To be able to condense a heavenly Tao golden lotus in such a short time. Probably no one other than Black Mountain, who had been to planet Tianming, could do it. Even those peerless geniuses would not be able to accomplish such a feat. These two pieces of news swept in all directions like a hurricane. One was Lin Wudi, and the other was the old demon of the Black Mountain. It could be said that they were well known. In particular, the old demon of the Black Mountain was even more famous, because they had never heard of such a person before. But now, the other party had suddenly appeared and achieved such a dazzling result. It seemed that a storm was brewing. They did not expect that there would be such a big dark horse other than Lin Wudi. No, they had to get rid of these people. They could not leave such a disaster alive. One order after another was given. The person involved, Lin Xian, no longer knew anything. He used his privilege to make a request and was teleported away. When he reappeared, he found that his surroundings were gloomy, as if he had arrived at the 18th level of hell. Where was this? What was this place? Lin Xian frowned. The cold wind around him gave him goosebumps. Buzz! The 9-yang divine body was activated, illuminating a part of the world. However, there was still a strange aura in the places that could not be illuminated. He was surprised. These bronze messengers were too powerful. Their methods were unpredictable. They could instantly bring him to such a place. Was this still planet Tianming? Or had he already left planet Tianming? He did not know, but he knew that the other party did not lie to him. Why was the surroundings so gloomy? The death aura was too dense. It was very suitable for him to cultivate. There were only 3 months. He had to make good use of it and condense the law of death. Thinking of this, he flew towards the depths. He wanted to find the place with the densest death aura and start cultivating. After flying for a while, Lin Xian stopped. He could not go any further. The death aura here already made his hair stand on end. If he went any further, he would not be able to take it. He sat down cross-legged and began to circulate the Taiji art to absorb the death aura around him. It had to be said that this place was really mysterious. It was a place that was born for death. His death aura was constantly spreading. The Taiji art in his body was circulating rapidly. Fortunately, his physique was strong. After eating the 20,000-year-old flame lotus, some of the medicinal effects that had not been refined were also being refined crazily, providing his body with strong vitality. To balance the Taiji art,